Hello there. I am Sir Yetimet, and I welcome you to the adventures in Dundras. On the last episode of the adventures in Dundras, our party of intrepid heroes, Dane, the dwarven paladin, Dallen, the gunslinging sorcerer dragonborn, Milo Highhill, the roguish halfling, and Talos, the dragonborn paladin, were in the city of Anar Dracul. After having woken up on an escort mission to transport the treasure from Port Lamontagne all the way to Lancaster, the capital of Dundras, our heroes have found themselves in Anar Dracul, invited to a banquet hosted by the patron of the city, Thanatos. In preparation, the party had gone shopping within the city, exploring some of its sites, learning some information, and delving deeper into the mystery of this mysterious city. After purchasing some new armor and clothing, the party encountered a strange man who came up and informed Namfoodle, who was with the party at the time, that he and Nem were both requested by Namfoodle's guild to return to Ravenscrest, as they were intrigued by the designs and creations that Namfoodle had been working on the last few months. After making some arrangements and making final trinkets, Namfoodle gifted the party each some items before heading out on a ship in the morning. Just as the party was heading back to their inn to plan their next move, Dallen felt his bag get heavy, and looked to find the statue he carved of Murph's, the mimic bag of holding, which he had left with Milo's body. Just as the party began to wonder what was going on, they were addressed by a flamboyant individual in the corner of the tavern, and the party was shocked to see Milo, alive and in the flesh. After explaining how he faked his own death, he said he was heading to Lamontagne when his ship stopped at Anar Dracul, and he saw that his party was leaving the docks. So he hopped off the ship early and followed them. The party was upset at first, but overall they were glad to see him alive and well. After taking some time to catch up, though, the party then got dressed in their best clothes and were escorted to the palace, where they were greeted by hundreds of tables, all covered in food, with people getting their seats and preparing to eat. A large, buff individual then greeted them, and to Dallen's shock, nearby he saw his own brother there. Older, but even more shocking, at his side, he saw a younger woman with black hair and blue eyes. What will happen at this banquet? Find out on this episode of The Adventures in Dundras. But first, let us engage in some small talk with our players, see how they've been doing this week.
You two's been being kind of fucky,
Hi.
by the way.
Oh, that's a great way to enter a conversation. How you all doing today?
I'm alive.
I'm ready to go bed.
Oh, that's good to
Hey,
hear.
you got a few more hours for that.
You're telling me how to live my life.
Y'all have yourselves an okay week? Or, I guess, couple weeks. We've been gone for a couple weeks now.
Oh,
My
yeah.
very big dismay. It's fine.
Yeah, tonight I'll only be able to do till 5 because my brother's birthday.
Nothing wrong with that.
Oh,
We'll be sure to finish up by then.
Yep, we're going to Outback Steakhouse.
I've been there in a long time.
Yep.
I hope you have fun there. We'll be sure to wrap up here in time so you'll be able to get there in good time.
Yep.
How was your couple weeks, Dane?
Yeah.
You spent a couple weeks.
And it has.
Yeah, lots and lots and lots of events at work, and I'm tired.
I bet.
That's pretty damn bad.
But I'm going back to the UK tomorrow, so...
Hey. Hopefully you have a good flight.
Hopefully. I'm gonna be knackered by the time I land, because I don't sleep on planes.
Oh. Yeah, that'll be a little rough. Here's hoping that you'll have yourself a good flight and be able to recover quickly once you get there.
Hopefully.
How about you, Dallen? How has your last couple weeks been?
pretty uneventful, to be honest. That's all I have to say about that.
Alright. Nothing wrong with that. Milo, how's your last couple weeks been?
I'll just say uneventful just because my memory is failing me right now and I can't do shit.
Okay. It's a pretty uneventful couple weeks. Uneventful due to the fact that we weren't able to have Dungeons and Dragons last week, but it was for good reason. A lot of big events last weekend. How about you, Talos? Heard something about a Titan victory.
Oh yes, that's Guardian Games Destiny 3 Titans have basically officially won Guardian Games 2023.
Yeah, very nice.
Yep, I already got my video to post tomorrow to gloat.
Nice.
I'm using the Sweet Victory music from SpongeBob.
Very nice.
Yep. A friend of mine on TikTok, a lot of their pages, like their own art that they animate. They actually they've already pre-made animations for each team. And since the Titans are gonna win, it's gonna be them. It's like that entire scene from the SpongeBob thing, but with the Titans. And at the end, he has a little thing for a little homage to Lance Reddick, the voice actor for Zavala.
Nice.
Yeah. It's funny though, even though his character is the Titan Vanguard, he was a Warlock main, which I think is kind of funny.
Indeed. So aside from that, anything else interesting happening in your life?
Well, this June I'll be applying for figure finish position at Universal.
Nice.
Alright, it's a 4-day work week, but they're 10-hour shifts, but it's a definite increase. It's a definite pay increase. It goes from, instead of being paid $17 an hour, it's about $20-something an hour.
Hey, that's not too shabby.
Yep. Right now I'm still a little groggy from even though technically yesterday I had the day off, I was doing a lot of house stuff, so it's like that part where your body's just like, no, I don't want to get up. I'm gonna stay in my bed.
I know that feeling. Fortunately,
Yeah,
I
the
got
problem
a
is
dog
when you
that-
oversleep. Yeah.
Yeah, I got a dog that encourages me to get out of bed.
Same. Plus, I have an elderly dog who, like, if you don't make sure to keep him on his time, literally, you have to time him after he eats and drinks anything.
Mhm.
Because otherwise, he's just like, I guess I'll go here.
Oh, no.
This also looks like a good place to lie down in. Why do I smell?
Oh, poor dog.
Yeah, he's partially blind, he's going deaf, he has to wear a diaper. Yeah, it's sad, but he's almost 19 years old.
Whoa. That is quite a long time.
Yep, he's a schnauzer.
Oh, it's no wonder.
They live a long time.
Long time.
Yep,
Lord.
he only has 8 teeth left. He eats soft food.
Well, yeah. Well, here's hoping that he lives a nice longer life.
Yeah, he's doing good. It's just one of those things where it's like, yep, it's like, all right, old man, all right. Because when he wants out, he lets us know. He's like, hey, let me out.
Well,
And then when he wants back in, he's like, he lets the whole neighborhood know that he wants back in.
oh. No
Oh, he
dogs like
doesn't.
that.
He doesn't do that. He yowls. He screams.
Dogs are fun. Well, not too much has changed much with me. I mean, I've continued to be very busy. Did some family stuff. Something kind of neat that I did recently. I actually made a new dessert, kind of a frozen dessert in a way, somewhat frozen. I doubt any of you have ever heard of a cola marsh ice.
No, sounds good though.
Apparently, it got popped up on like some of the things I follow fairly recently. It's a recipe from the 1950s, old recipe, you know. And it's made with like a couple cups of like a cola drink, like 24 marshmallows, a couple tablespoons of lemon juice, and 1/8 of a teaspoon of salt.
Sweet, salty, and lemony.
Yeah, it was actually quite interesting because like I mixed it up to follow the directions, and it turned out to be more like an ice cream at first. But then after I scooped it out and put it in like a bowl, I found out that it very quickly started to melt faster than ice cream, and it became almost like a weird slush, float kind of mix. It was very interesting. And of course, being the 1950s, I went out and got some Mexican cola that's still made with sugar to make it as authentic to the original as I could. So, not sure how the corn syrup blend would work, but overall I was quite satisfied. So, that's pretty much the newest and most interesting things with me.
That sounds like it's an interesting one.
Yeah. But, if there's nothing else, I suppose we should probably get back into it.
Indeed.
If you all are ready.
We'll do it.
I believe Justin will
Let's do
be joining us hopefully soon. He said he was going to be running a little behind. Let's shoot him a
Sure, he'll make a
message,
nice
see what his ETA is. Right.
Just popped my back.
Alright. With that, let us get back into Dundras. Last time, on the adventures in Dundras, our band of intrepid heroes, Dane, the dwarven paladin, Dallen, the gunslinging sorcerer dragonborn, Talos, the dragonborn paladin, and Namfoodle, the artificer gnome.
Wrong character.
I'm getting to it.
Ah.
I've been transporting a mysterious figure known as the Treasure from Port La Montagne to the capital of Dundras, Lancaster. After making a trek partway through a desert and having been knocked out by some rogue bandits, the party found themselves awoken in a mysterious place they learned to be Anar Dracul, the capital of this desert land. After getting familiar with the area, the party explored several of the buildings, one of which Namfoodle had gone to the nearby artificer's workshop, and after doing a little bit of work there, formed a bit of a bond with one of the individuals there. He then offered a letter to him that would give him an invite to join his guild back at Ravenscrest. Later on that day, as the party was shopping for new armor and tools, the party was approached by this individual, who Namfoodle recognized, and the individual... Let's see, I have my notes here. Because he was... no, not her. His name was Aaron Xanthos. Kind of a middle-aged, half-elf artificer who came up to Namfoodle and informed him about how he had signed the invitation that he was given by Namfoodle and was telepathically communicated with by the guild leader back in Ravenscrest. The guild leader had informed him that he wished for him to come to Ravenscrest, and upon being shocked to hear that Namfoodle was the one that gave the invitation, he asked that he bring Namfoodle with him as well. After making some arrangements and some final trinkets, Namfoodle gifted the party some items before he headed out in the morning on a ship. As the party waved goodbye and then turned to go to the inn, the party returned to make the plan their next move when suddenly Dallen felt his bag get heavy. Upon investigating, he was shocked to find a statue that he carved of Murph's, the mimic bag of holding, which, as far as he had remembered, he had left it next to Milo's body back in Antiva. Just as the party began to wonder what was going on, they were addressed by a flamboyant individual in the corner of the tavern, and the party was shocked to see Milo Highhill, alive and in the flesh. The party was reasonably upset by the fact that they had mourned his loss, and to see him suddenly here alive and well, they were naturally upset, but Milo then explained how he had to fake his own death in order to protect them, before going on some specific training himself. He then told them how he came to be here. By way of ship, he was heading to La Montagne to conduct some more further business when, as the ship had stopped at Anar Dracul, he noticed the party leaving the docks, and so decided to hop off the ship and follow them. And so the party then took a little bit of time to catch up with each other, and inform Milo of the happenings that they'd been going on and the business trip that they were doing. And Milo agreed to continue on with them in their journeys, as he figured that it probably makes some good money. And so, after having agreed, the party was reminded by a messenger about the banquet that was coming up that evening, and so everyone got dressed in their best clothes that they had, and they were then escorted to the palace. As they went over the ravine of the drawbridge that led into the palace, they looked up to see the magnificent building before them. The grounds around the front of it were surrounded by hundreds of tables, all covered in food, with many, like dozens upon dozens of people, already getting their seats and preparing themselves to eat. As a large buff individual happily greeted them, the party was somewhat distracted as Dallen heard a voice that froze him to his core. As he looked to where the voice came from, there he stood, Dallen's very own brother. He looked older, but he looked hardened and was equally shocked to see Dallen there. As Dallen took all this in, he noted that at his side, at his brother's side, he saw a younger woman, perhaps around 23, 24-ish maybe, who had black hair and blue eyes. And so, as the emotions begin to rise at the banquet, we shall return to Dundras. Should have this loaded up. Right. So, as we get back into it, you all have just entered the Palace of Thanatos, the grounds. Around you, you can see a couple of buildings off to the side, some of which you assume were perhaps a barracks of the guards there. One of them you assume might have been perhaps a bathhouse of sorts. And of course, it was hard to ignore the absolutely massive building in front of you, which its Grand Majesty could not be mistaken for anything other than the Palace of Thanatos. And so, as you were addressed by this large individual, the rest of you, as you were kind of began to converse with him, you all heard an exclamation, and you noticed that Dallen was staring at, and to all your shock, the first Dragonborn you've seen in a long time, aside from, of course, your own party members. Give me just a sec. This thing's not wanting to work.
Roll 20, giving you grief.
No. There we go. Chip.
Chip.
Aha.
Classic chip.
Gotta get some music.
I love the musics.
There we go. And switch this over. Boop. Alright. Just to double check real quick before we continue. You all can see each other's tokens, right?
See.
Oh, yeah.
Dallen, you're not missing?
Oh, I don't see myself missing, but I never do, so.
Okay, good. Everyone else see Dallen's token?
On the home screen, yeah.
Excellent, excellent. Good, good. Just want to make sure of that before we continued, as that seems to be a bit of a constant issue.
A running occurrence.
Yes.
The Dallen token just goes missing.
Don't be
more
afraid.
often than
Don't be jealous of my sneak skill.
See, I will be jealous, thank you very much. That's my job, not yours.
The rogue has invoked the ancient, archaic power of jealousy.
Okay. And so, as you all find yourself in the banquet hall, well, not really a hall, in the banquet field, as tables are surrounding you, you can smell food wafting in the air, you can see exotic meats being spread about. Lots of servants, lots and lots of servants currently walking around with trays as they seem to be dressed in very simple, flowy robes. They're white with a kind of a belt tie in the middle, hoods covering their heads, their faces mostly covered. And you notice that this lady that's next to your brother Dallen, she also seems to be similarly wearing the same robes as these servants, but her hood is noticeably down, as your brother seems to have his hand on her shoulder.
Okay. Should I interact with him, or should we wait till Justin's here?
We'll wait maybe another minute or two. Well, we'll do some interaction with the rest of the parties. See if Justin arrives. Otherwise, I'll see about taking over. We'll see where we go from there.
Gotcha.
The rest of you, as you kind of notice this, the large individual addresses you all. Welcome, honored guests. It is a pleasure to have you here at the banquet. And he gives a kind of a slight bow.
I was too enamored by looking at his brother to really react to it.
Yeah.
Dane's gonna return the bow.
So, Talos will as well.
Let me see if I can find... That's not what... Here we go. So before you, you see, like, he's a very interesting person. He seems to be wearing decorative half-plate armor. It takes you all a moment to, looking at him to kind of take in his opposing figure. This impressive figure, he stands about approximately 8'8", and you could tell that he has a very muscular build, with well-defined arms, strong legs, and most interestingly, his skin is a striking reddish-brown tone, with his hair styled in a long, flowing dreadlocks that reach down to his waist. His decorative armor is similar to, it's reminiscent of some of the other Anarian guards' armor that you've been seeing earlier. It's made of dark metal, adorned with intricate gold and silver filigree. Its armor covering most of his body, including his chest and arms and legs. On his head, he wears a matching helmet with a curved crest, and a visor that normally would be covering his face. Currently is held up as you see his glowing bright blue eyes. As he takes a look at you all and says, "Please have a seat, honored guests. We have heard much about you from the treasurer." As he indicates some open seats for you three.
Your most gracious host. I go ahead and take a seat.
I give a nod and then also go join Talos and sit down. Do we see the treasurer, by the way? Or at least
You
any
do.
of our other...
He's on the same table, a little bit further down, opposite of Dallen's brother, which, you all don't quite know that's Dallen's brother. You can kind of get a bit of a clue as, just by looking at him, you see there's a bit of a resemblance, but it seems very clear that this Dragonborn is much older than Dallen. By at least 40 years or so.
That would make sense.
So it's a bit odd, but interestingly enough, like he looks like his brother, or so this Dragonborn individual. He's got black scales instead of Dallen's more brass color. Sorry, it's been a couple weeks. I had to remember which scale you had. If it was brass or bronze.
Good man.
That is brass, because brass is fire.
Mhm.
Talos is the bronze.
Yep.
But
I
yeah,
am a dwarf.
so unlike so it's mostly in the facial features that you recognize him as being somewhat related to Dallen, because his scales are more black. He's got quite a few scars on his body, including multiple on his face. You might even, as you look and he seems to almost have a weird smile to him, you can notice that he's missing several teeth. It's easy to tell that this hulking figure is definitely battle-hardened. Though you're not quite sure how. Like, they're honestly a bit imposing. And there was also one other feature, I thought. Let me double check my notes here. Or perhaps would it be easier if you described how he like how you remember him looking, Dallen?
In terms of like the scales, yeah, he has black scales, but it's like kind of the opposite from what Dallen has. It's black scales with brass lines on them. It should be apparent that his right arm from the forearm up is gone.
I was trying to remember which arm it was. That's why I was looking at my notes. I was like, it was one of the arms.
Yeah.
So his one arm is currently on the lady. His right arm is completely it's half gone. You can see where half of his arm is nice bulging muscles down to basically his elbow. But then at the point of his elbow, where there would be a forearm and a hand, instead there appears to be what may be regarded as a crude prosthesis. And not just like crude as in poorly made, crude as in it is something that looks like it probably could do some serious damage, as there's a metal, what almost looks like a metal spike, straight that covers what would be his forearm, and at the end, what appears to be a forged metal claw, with each of the claw tips having very, very distinguishedly pointed, sharp tips. And it looks like he uses that. He might use that quite well.
Sounds like an angry weapon.
Yes. But an answer to your earlier question, yes. On the opposite side, so you all are basically fastened on a table. So if we make a representation, like in the center is this hulking 8 foot figure in the center. To his right, or if you're facing the table to the left, there essentially is this dragonborn, the lady, and a few other interesting guests, including the at the very end, the captain of the guard that was helping to escort the treasurer's caravan with you. And to his left were some empty seats. Foremost being directly next to this figure was the treasurer, who is currently engaged in talking with another individual, perhaps one of the servants it looks like, and a few empty seats next to him that take up the rest of the table. And you all are basically taking up the table with, I believe Talos probably took up the spot next to the treasurer.
Well, Dallen hasn't sit down yet. He's still standing, staring at his brother, wide-eyed and slack-jawed.
Yeah,
Just frozen.
Yeah, you two are basically just having a stare-off as you both are taking everything in. Like, the shock of you seeing your brother, and the shock of, like, your brother has almost the equal amount of shock just seeing you. Not only seeing you, but it's very obvious, that, like, as he's looking at you, kind of his eyes flick between your figure. You could tell that he's looking at how unchanged you are.
Can I roll a perception check to see if I notice these two staring out down each other?
Yeah, you could do so with advantage. As they're not too terribly far away from each other, and neither are trying to hide it, just due to shock. Yeah,
12.
Yeah, with a 12, as you kind of cautiously go and pick up a seat, taking a look at this treasure, whom you've heard about a lot, Milo, but you're not quite sure like the death of his influence and power. You've heard quite a bit just from the Baron, as well as a few other places, as someone that is not to be trifled with. So you have it as your. That's why you get the 12. You have your eye kind of fixed upon him a little bit, but then your eye then catches how Dallen is not moving, and then you catch his gaze heading to another Dragonborn, which obviously seeing another Dragonborn in the vicinity is a bit of a shock, as far as you're aware, there was only 7 Dragonborn on the continent itself. So to see one right before you as being one of the other 2 that you have in your party, is pretty significant.
I'm gonna lean over to Dallen and tell him to sit down. It's rude staying in an event like this.
As you do that, you kind of nudge him, you speak to him, but it is almost as if he's a statue. You immediately can tell that your words don't seem to be reaching him, as in Dallen's head, like, a conflict is rising as a mix of emotions is overcoming him. Where the hell have you been these last 40 years? That's your brother almost has a bit of a snarl starting to grow up on his face as he looks at you.
I'm gonna look over and see just see what's going on.
Yeah, as
Dallen's gonna start speaking up. Fradnir? What are you doing here?
I could ask you the same thing. Here I was trying to travel around the world to find you. And here you are, you just happened to stumble upon me. Funny how the world works. Look at you. It's been 40 years, and yet it doesn't look like you've aged a day. What the hell happened to you?
This a friend of yours?
Dallen's not gonna pay attention to what he said. He's gonna say, I doubt you'd believe me if I explained it, but if you'd like to know, maybe we should talk in private.
Your brother squints his eyes at you, but then you watch his eyes quickly flicker over towards the hulking 8'8" figure, and he then comes back to your eyes. Perhaps that would be best. He then slowly takes a seat for him, and then you notice that there was a bit of a pained look on the girl's face, but then it seems to ease up as you watch as your brother's hand seems to loosen its grip.
Okay, I guess Dallen's gonna finally snap back to reality and start and try to sit. I guess the closest to Fradnir.
You find an open spot right next to Talos. It was overall it's basically 3 spots down the line. Kind of give you a bit of a visual. The way that the table that you all have been invited to join upon is set up in a way it's kind of almost in the center of everything. It's basically one side has seats and the other side does not. Similar to how, if you've ever been to a wedding, how they have basically the bride and groom's table set up.
No, like the head table.
Yes.
And facing it, basically.
Yes. Basically, everyone is lined up and on the table, facing out before you is, of course, the hundreds upon hundreds of tables, and further out is the drawbridge in the gatehouse. So here, I'll swap you over to the map so you have more of a visual. Boop.
Boop.
So, essentially, throughout, let me see if I can do it. Like, from here to here, to here, and to here. Like, this entire area that I pinged is essentially what's filled with tables. You all are at a head table right here at the base of the palace stairs. You all have a great view of basically everyone and everything. And there's lots of servants that seem to be coming through some doors here and here, as they seem to be bearing some food. And you can't quite see exactly where, but around the corner here, there are also servants. There are just hundreds of servants just coming from all around, helping people to their seats, serving them. And of course, like I said, they're all wearing these white flowy robes, which seem to be make sure that they're quite cool in the sun, but also does a great job of disguising who they are or what they could be, as they almost seem to be ghosts floating amongst the crowd, serving things, like you know, people pretending to be like ghosts with sheets on. Sure. Go ahead and roll for that. And over on the north side, or to your left, you do see the entrance to what appears to be a garden. Which there seems to be a few guards standing in front of it, but aside from that, not many people are entering or exiting it. With that, you're not quite sure. This region is very unfamiliar to you, Milo. A lot of just from entering it, the increased heat, the sand, you're not very familiar with this. You recognize them as being robes, and they're definitely light. You can definitely tell that they kind of float in the air a little bit, but aside from that, you're not quite sure what the deal is with their robes. They must just be there for practical use. They probably don't mean anything.
Shame.
With that roll, that is. And so, as the servants keep going around, several of the servants approach you all as you all hear the treasurer and this individual as they're talking off to the side of you, Talos. A couple servants approach and ask what you would like in terms of a beverage.
Oh.
Greetings, masters. If you would inform us of what you would wish for beverage, please. Anything you desire will be yours.
Guess Dallen's gonna not. Oh, sorry, interrupted you.
Sorry. Some meat, if possible.
Of course, right away. And then they quickly hurry off. A few other, there seems to be a servant for each individual person that is there, as each of you seem to almost have your own personal person serving you. And for you, master. As he looks over at you, Dallen.
If you could, would you be so kind as to give me some tea with maybe some bears in it?
Of course, master. And he bows and hurries off. And for you, master. As she looks at you, Dane.
I think I'll have some of the what's it? I think I'll have some of the Blackbriar Reserve. Kind of like joking as well at this bit. Unless you can somehow magic up some of that, some of the old Black Spire Rockgut Ale. Kind of remembering the encounter with the treasurer the first time.
Oh, did I mute myself?
You did.
I think so.
I think
yeah.
so.
Oops. I don't
So
know
very-
when or how I did that. I must have just taken a drink and just instinctively muted myself. Sorry. And the servant in front of you, Milo, she goes, and for you, master, what can I get you?
I'll have a toss cobble, please.
As you wish. And she bows and give me a perception check real quick, Milo.
Another one.
5. She bows as she hurries off.
Sus.
Pardon me.
And you said you asked for the toss gobble?
Correct.
Just double checking. Oh Lord, where did he have those notes? Ah, there they are. And so after you all ordered, you hear quite a few more people are now entering the courtyard, as you see the bridge is almost completely full of people, just kind of flowing in and then kind of finding themselves to tables, and lots of servants are moving about, and everything seems to be kind of moving around quite nicely. And in the corner nearby, approximately right here, kind of behind your table, there appears to be a band of sorts playing some harps and essentially some nice flowy music, providing some nice ambiance. But surprisingly, you would think that it wouldn't be that loud, but it almost seems to fill the entire courtyard with music, almost as if it's been magically amplified. And as you kind of marvel at all the different people coming and going and heading to their tables and things coming out, before you know it, your drinks are presented before you. As for you, Talos, you find, to your shock, you're presented with an almost crystal clear glass. It appears to have a wide base at the bottom with a glass stem coming out from the bottom of it, which then opens up like a flower into a almost like a bowl-like glass. And within it, you can see clearly the nice golden liquid and the aroma of honey emanating off the edge of the glass as it flows into your nostrils. As it seems to be a very distinguished mead. And as for you were presented with, although it is not crystal clear, you are presented with what appears to be a white glass with orange rim, like a golden rimmed edge cup, with a steamy aroma wafting up from it, as you see that there's a few berries and even what appears to be a stick seemingly pointing it out of it. And it's kind of an odd thing to see, because the stick appears to almost be rolled in on itself. It appears to almost be a rolled up scroll. It's brown, and as you kind of have a sniff of it, it has a very strong spice smell to it.
Hmm.
And the servant actually
Dallen
uses it
look
to
at it.
stir the tea a little bit. And as they stir, as the scent of your tea just explodes up into the air, just absolutely filling your nostrils with the scent of berries and tea. And you can't remember the last time you've had a tea that had this kind of presence to it. And
Okay.
oh, did you want something to say?
I don't know. Go ahead.
In front of you, Dane, are presented with a all of you are used to essentially wooden plates, mugs, things like that. But you, Dane, are presented with a very ornate horn. And it's very unique, as most horns you have to kind of hold when you drink, but this horn has been affixed to what appears to be some sort of golden stand, as the stand itself is placed on the ground, and you are able to lift up the horn directly off the stand, take your drink, and then place the horn back on the stand. It is incredibly decorative, and inside you can see a little bit of froth, as before you have a quick sniff of it, and you recognize the scent of the Blackspire. I believe you said it was rock gut.
Yeah, it was. Well, I was saying either the reserve or if they can magic up the other one, or the rock gut, which would be interesting to say the least.
Yes. They presented you with both the reserve and rock gut, as you asked for both.
Ah.
The rock gut, the reserve is in the horn. The rock gut is actually in another container. It appears to be in a more simple but still elegant, kind of a metal tankard in a way. The tankard is made. Seems to you're positive it's not made of gold. You think, but it definitely has a gold-like color sheen to it. And the bottom of the as you kind of pick up the rock gut, you can see as you begin to take a sip, you can see all the way through the bottom, as the bottom appears to have a glass bottom, and it allows you to see through it. Something that you haven't seen since Blackspire. And before you, Milo, as your server brings forth your drink, you said it was where did he have that? That's not that one. There it is, a toss couple. So, you are brought forth a very sweet and sour smelling drink, as you are also brought a glass, a completely crystal clear glass container. It has a even wider bottom than Talos's, with a glass shaft that rises up into another flowering open glass. It almost seems to be more of a bowl than a cup. And inside you can see a... Let's see. Sorry, I'm just reading what he had here. It appears to be a mixture of colors with definitely a sweet and tarty smell aroma flowing up from it. You can see that it has on the edge of it, it's been garnished with a grapefruit twist as well as a rosemary sprig on the side. And the glass itself, as you begin to reach over and you pick it up, the crystal clear glass is cold to the touch, as if it has been chilled somehow. And as you kind of breathe onto it, the moisture in your air seems to catch on the glass, and it seems to ice up almost immediately. And so each of you have your drinks.
A lovely drink it is.
Dallen's gonna take a look around at the. You said there were servants.
Yes.
He's gonna try and just perceive if there's like any pattern to it, to what they are.
Certainly. Go ahead and roll perception.
Gotcha. I'm not sure I want to know the answer to this is. So.
Well, we'll see what you roll.
A 16.
Ooh, alright. The 16. As you look at all the servants, you see that they you can tell that they're all humanoid, just from the way that they're moving. You can tell they have 2 legs and 2 arms. So they're definitely the more normal creatures. It's very hard, as their robes seem to pretty much conceal most of their figure and faces, but as you are essentially looking, you kind of focus on one as they're moving about, a gust of wind seems to almost come by, and the flow of it seems to reveal just slightly their face. And below their robe, to their face, you see what appears to be a human. They're very tan-skinned, and they seem to have a very kind of passive face to them, as if they are serving a role. And with that role, I will also say that you don't see too terribly much, but you think you see that they're wearing something on their neck. Like a necklace or something, perhaps. But it's the moment that, as the wind comes, it catches and goes down. That's all you're able to catch, is that particular servant was human, and they appear to be wearing something on their neck.
Okay. Dallen's gonna try to put a chipper face on, and it's gonna speak to the lady that Fradnir has his arm on and say, "And what might your name be?"
Fradnir kind of looks over at you and kind of squints a little bit and keeps his arm on her, and she looks up at him, and he kind of gives, like, you unfortunately he's facing away from you at this point because he's on her right side now. He seems to have moved her away from you, but she seems to be given a look, with the one that you're not able to identify. She very softly looks at you and replies, "I am but a simple servant here. Master here has taken to me, and I'm here to serve him." And you watch as her eyes just kind of flick up to him and then back to you. And you could tell that compared to the other service that was talking to you, like, she has a bit of the same accent that everyone else has, but there's a bit of a familiarity to her voice that seems to catch you as she kind of whispers towards you.
Dallen's not going to try and hide it. I mean, he probably's not going to realize he's doing this. But he's going to have a very pained look on his face, and kind of a disappointed voice look on his face.
I want to see, just see if I notice anything about this girl, since I'm sitting close by.
Certainly. Perception? Yeah, you're a little bit closer than he is. With a 10, as you're looking over, you see what appears to be a human with jet black hair, blue eyes. She has very fair skin. Like, compared to a lot of other people around here who have been very much exposed to the sun, their skin is a lot more tan, a lot darker. But her skin seems to be surprisingly fair, almost as if she's from maybe a different region. She's got white robes on that seem to cover up most of her body. Her hood is down, and so her hood kind of goes down around her neck, so you're pretty much only able to see from her chin upwards, as she's mostly also covered up by the body of this hulking dragonborn that's kind of... It's not hard to notice with it, especially with a 10. It's not hard to notice that he hasn't quite stopped looking at Dallen.
So, my friend, how do you know Dallen here?
He hasn't.
I'm kind of eyeing him right now,
as his sharp eyes kind of swap over to you. You've come across many individuals, Talos. You have give me an insight check real quick.
Sure.
I'll give you an insight as you're talking with him.
All right. One sec. Seven.
7. This seems like a hardened individual. It's kind of hard to read him, though. As he, like, kind of looks at you. Well, Dallen. Have you never told your friends about your own brother?
Other.
I have passively spoken about you.
We have been through quite a lot in the past few weeks or so. We've all had a lot to occupy ourselves on our special predicament.
I am known as Frodnir.
Quick
I
question.
am Dallen's brother.
It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Talos Shax, Paladin of Bahamut. And I kind of raise my glass in a little bit of a... Okay.
As you say that, he
Well-
watches his left eye cocks up a little bit, but aside from that, his face remains stone-faced.
All of this is happening. Dallen's kind of it's gonna be staring at Fred, and you're kind of like reading everything he's doing.
Milo, you had a question?
Can I roll a history check after hearing Frednir and Dallen's brother?
Certainly.
So, Fragnia,
I know I
where did
mentioned
you
about
meet
it twice.
her, friend here? And I kind of make a nod to the young girl.
Oh,
You recall, Milo, that Dallen's mentioned having a brother, but you have a tough time like recalling anything. Is like from when you think back, you realize Dallen hasn't really spoken much about his family. He's kind of kept a lot of his personal life under wraps. I mean, heck, you don't even know his last name.
fair enough.
And then Talos, you asked about the young lady next to him. Did I mute you? No, I'm not muted.
No, not this time.
Did you hear me, Talos?
I did not.
No. I was clarifying that you were asking about the young lady next to him.
Yes.
Gotcha. Let me double check a few notes here just to make sure I have everything. Got a thing from Justin. He said that he may not be able to make it today.
Rip.
Yeah, may not make it before Talos has to go, so he probably will be able to make it. So, all right, I'll be like I prepared for this just in case. So let me just double check a few more things, just to make sure I have all my ducks in a row. As well as ask him a couple things. Alright. So. Very good. Very good. Alright. So, as you asked your question, you watch as he kind of looks down at the girl. Her. Well. As I entered this land, I was greeted harshly by the people here, and was invited by Lord Thanatos to come and meet with him, although I did not get the chance to do so. Instead, I met with his son here, as he points over to the hulking 8'8" figure that is still talking with the treasurer. Yeah, and as I was discussing with him, this young one here was serving me, and, well, just look at her. As he kind of almost pushes her forward a little bit, and she shyly kind of almost shirks a little bit. She's quite a lovely creature. I was thinking I'd have her as my own.
Right, like I'm obviously, though I'm wearing my helmet, there's a clear in my eye a bit of disapproval in the way he's talking.
Mm-hmm. As you kind of make it,
judging Talos.
you make that kind of fairly obvious, you also notice that he seems to not even be paying attention.
Alright, Dallen's gonna... Does Dallen see him making this glare?
You would be behind Talos as Talos is talking to. I would say roll a perception with disadvantage to see if you can tell.
Gotcha.
Oh, and also I just got to double check the note. That is not Sun. That is Thanatos. Okay, so retcon a little bit. So his brother talked to the hulking 8' by 8' figure known as Thanatos. Very good. Sorry about that. Yeah, with that, like you're able to see Talos shift a little bit in his body, but you're not quite sure what Talos is doing.
Alright, well, I guess since I'm not sure, I'm gonna stay quiet then.
I'm most intrigued about my brother and his whereabouts, though. You see, after he left the island, a couple years had gone by, and, well, a few things have changed.
Alan's gonna perk up and immediately start just zoning in, trying to listen in.
I expect a gentleman to speak with a lady with a little more decorum.
Sorry, what was that?
Tal says, I expect a gentleman such as yourself to speak with a bit more decorum in front of a lady. I'm saying it politely, but at the same time, if anyone can tell that I'm not really liking this guy.
Dallen's gonna obviously facepalm after he says this.
You see almost a bit of a devilish grin come to his to Frodnir's face as he kind of takes a good look at you. No offense, but you assume a lot. I never said I was a gentleman. And then he kind of takes his metal hand, clawed hand, off of the shoulder of the girl and kind of places it on the table. Poof. In case you couldn't tell, I'm more of a fighter than a gentleman.
Always be deceiving.
Although, as he kind of indicates his arm, I didn't lose this in a normal fight, as he trails his head and looks over directly at Dallen.
Yeah, Dallen's gonna immediately freeze when he plops his arm down and kind of just staring at the prosthetic.
I'm guessing there's a story to be told here.
Certainly is, but not feeling like telling it right now. And then he takes his clawed hand, He lifts up his elbow and then drives the clawed hand directly into an entire turkey. And then lifts it up and then takes a massive bite out of it.
Again, I kind of give him that look of like a so uncivilized look, like the freaking Obi-Wan Kenobi moment.
So while he's doing that, Dallen's gonna speak up and say, he said something's happened to Island. What might have happened?
Well, you've been gone for 40 years. Naturally, a few things have changed. Sorry, double checking a few more notes. Sorry, some of these notes were written a long time ago, so I'm trying to sift through a few things to make sure I have everything correct.
Time far, far away.
Yeah.
Start hearing Star Wars music.
Goodness.
It's the Star Wars theme, but it's just the all of the instruments that are playing right now.
Yes. Well, I will go through these notes. The rest of you, as Dane and Milo, as you're kind of somewhat idly listening in on this, the servers come up and they offer to bring you food. Anything that you wish you could have.
I am blanking on food right now.
I'll just turn to the server and say, "Surprise me."
They give you a deep bow and proceed to head towards the kitchen. Let me check another thing real quick. Sorry, you think I'd have my notes in order by now, but turns out I don't have a good system for this yet. Come on. What about for... I assume that as a server, we just kind of idly ask Dallen and Talos, is there anything that you would particularly order?
Okay. Well, Dallen's gonna ask if they have any coconuts and what type of seafood they have.
Here we go.
I guess he's just gonna ask for a coconut fried fish, grouper or something.
Let me see here. Alright, so that'll be good with that. So you said coconuts and what else?
Just coconut fried fish, like a grouper or something. Whatever is like native to the region.
I gotcha. So then that would probably be... Not that. Yeah. Okay. So for you, Milo, you were brought forth. That's not what I wanted. Here we go. Sorry. Trying to find my notes on the food in this region, but I was having trouble loading up. That's what happens when I don't turn on my computer for a week and a half. Everything just gets very slow. Ooh, yes, that will work quite nicely. So, you are brought out what appears to be a couple sticks with what appears to have some things skewered to it. You're not quite sure at first what it is, but the server places it down, gives a bow, and goes, "Here, these are kofta kebabs. I pray you enjoy them." And then they slowly back away. As you kind of take a look at it, they appear to just, like... They appear to be, like, seared, as if they were grilled or perhaps, like, cooked in a very specific way. They look like almost like steaks on a stick, but then as you take a closer look, to your surprise, the meat itself does not appear to be whole. It almost appears to be as if this meat was maybe ground up and mixed with a bunch of different other ingredients and then formed together, skewered, and then cooked. Almost similar to like a... in real life, what you would call like almost like a meatloaf. It has almost like a similar look and texture to that of meatloaf, but it appears to be made with well, you're not quite sure what it's made with, but it seems to be meat. It has maybe some onions, garlic, some other herbs, and it is tasty. It's also right next to it has some pita bread and what appears to be a small bowl of some sort of white substance with green things in it. Yeah. And then as for you, for the coconut, you are brought out a what appears to be a stew in a nice fancy bowl. The contents appear to have some like a red tint to it, with these odd plants kind of strewn about on the inside of it. "Yerbamya, master," and he bows and backs away. And just from the aroma,
Dallen's gonna whisper him, "Thank you."
the aroma is quite nice. Appears to be made with some sort of red sauce. You can see a bit of onions in there. You smell garlic in the air, and as well a mixture of other spices. And there appears to be some sort of meat in it as well. And if you take a taste of it, you haven't had it very often, but you do recognize the taste of lamb when you taste it. And overall, like, it has a bit of a sweetness as a watery mixture of what appears to be the coconut has been added to it. And overall, it is quite tasty, as it is also served with pita.
Very nice.
And so, as each of you essentially receive these fancy dishes, you can tell that they definitely went all out, or as far as you could tell, they must have gone all out, as all these dishes are very, very fancy and they have to be expensive. And let's see. as you all continue eating, your brother kind of swallows and then kind of takes a look at you. You know, I almost fell for it. There ain't no way in hell that you're Dallen.
What makes you say that?
Very confused and say, "Oh, well, okay."
Sorry.
You're fine.
It's been 40 years since I've seen my brother. I've been looking long and hard. I put out bounties, hoping to get any sort of information on his whereabouts. And look at this. Clearly, he must have done some sort of... This figure, this fool, must have done something magical in order to make himself portray as my brother. Clearly, he was wanting the platinum I was offering as a reward, because for any information, I was going to reward the individual with platinum, as I had a fortune I wished to share with him. Is that why you're here? Why you found me? You come to share in my fortune? Well, you're gonna have to prove that you are Dallen if you want any of this. And he kind of shakes his bag of gold, or what you seem to be gold. It clinks around like definitely like coin.
So look at him a little bit angry and a little hurt, and say, "I don't want your money. I just want to know how everyone back at Vanden's going. Is Yaman okay? Hashan?
I ain't gonna tell nothing
Is the
to an
claim still okay?
imposter.
I can assure you, good sir, he is the real Dallen.
Well, I can assure you, I'm the real Dallen.
No, I'm the real
I'm
Dallen.
Spartacus.
As you all are
How
kind of
about you
caught off
ask him a few
guard as
questions?
an individual walks up who appears to have a brass scales, is another dragonborn, and is currently walking up. Brother!
Oh.
It has been too long! Noticeably, this individual appears to be older than Dallen. He has the same kind of scales, but he doesn't quite look like Dallen. Although, interestingly enough, Dallen, as you're kind of looking at him, he's wearing some robes and clothing similar to what you were wearing when you left home.
That's like, what the fuck?
Who are you? Why, I am Dallen, your brother. I hear you've been looking for me. I've come to finally see you, brother. Wow, you've changed so much. As he kind of looks between you, Dallen, and this, the big figure and the treasure suddenly stop as they've kind of noticed this, and the big figure goes,
Dallen's
"Greetings."
That's a look at perplexed at the doppelganger.
Who might you be? You are standing before Thanatos. And the treasure kind of eyes curiously. The figure goes, "Hello there. I am Dallen. I'm the brother of Frodnir here."
Dallen's just gonna interject and say, "What's your last name?"
As this figure kind of looks at you. "What's your last name? Who are you? Why do you look like me?"
Well, fucker, I'm Dallen.
Absurd! I'm Dallen.
What the fuck
Enough.
is this?
Enough of this. I cast Circle of Truth. Dang it.
Zone of truth. Yeah.
Zone of Truth?
One sec. Zone of Truth. Yeah. Like kind of, I cast it, but I don't do it in a way where everyone notices. I just kind of like shaking my head, and I kind of use it to cast around the.
What's your spell save DC?
One sec. Zone of Truth. They have to save a 14 or higher charisma.
Gotcha.
Dallen's just gonna give in.
And then
He's not gonna fight against that.
Zone of Truth. It's a 15-foot radius sphere. You hit everyone in the table with it, basically.
Oh no!
Milo failed.
Damn.
Ruin some marriages.
Dane, roll. Oh. Dane, you feel a very familiar sensation, and you're just like, I don't want to do that, and you take a big swig of your drink.
At this point, I'm just looking at my drink, just going, I need another.
And the treasure succeeds.
God.
The natural 20, Thanatos succeeds. And you notice, you feel a bit of an aura as, like, this hulking figure, like, suddenly looks down at you, Talos, because everyone, like, in the radius, they know when it's been casted, and they know who cast it.
I kind of just shrug, kind of like I kind of give him a sheepish smile of like, best way to get to stop this foolishness.
And with an 18, fraud near passes. What about the girl? Oh, she fails. And
Rip.
the individual, he also succeeds.
Fuck. All right, fine. I'm a roll then.
This is where we find out we've been traveling with a doppelganger the whole time.
He had a concussion. His name's something completely different.
It's the avatar from Worths.
Oh God, no.
How'd you know?
And did you say you were rolling, Dallen?
Yeah. Saving throw, charisma, +8.
God damn.
My guy's got charisma. $17.
Talos, you feel the human girl next to Frodnir and Milo all both fail. Everyone else, like, you feel it come upon them, and then it just like shirks off. As all the attention now suddenly gets drawn to you, and then back to Dallen and Dallen too. Well, that was rude. I didn't consent to that.
Yeah,
if I
kinda
would pull a
shrug.
gun and aim it at him, would
I kind of just shrug. And be
would
like,
anyone try to apprehend me?
Wait, what was your question?
If I were to pull out my gun and aim at him
Yes.
and tell the truth, would anyone try to apprehend me?
Quite possibly. Are you going to?
I'm thinking about it because this dude is a fucking stranger. What the fuck?
As you start to take a bit of an aggressive stance, you notice as the other Dallen also kind of starts to square off against you, and his hand goes to his side, where you do see a pistol on his hip.
All right, what pistol is this?
Perception check.
Okay. Fuck.
You're staring directly into his eyes. You have not looked at his weapon. You're squaring off, Old
All right.
West style.
Dallen's gonna look at Fradnir. Like, all right, if you really don't think it's me, Dallen's gonna pull out the mother's gun, and he's gonna set it on the table.
Yeah, Frodnir is currently looking
Does
at
that
both
look
of you
familiar?
and is looking a little confused. Well, you look a little bit older. It'd make more sense if you were my brother. He looks over at you. The way you talk, though, it's very familiar to how you used to. If you are
Yes.
Dallen.
If you really want me to explain, fine, but I really doubt you're gonna believe me, and I'd rather not say it in front of all these people.
I'd prefer not either. Instead, how about this? As he kind of stands up with his hands on the table. Clearly, I got two brothers here. One of you has to be a fake. And
They're
there's
both
only
fakes.
one way to find out how. You must prove that you are Dallen. You, get up. As he kind of nods over, like, kind of juts his head over towards you. Stand next to him.
Dallen's gonna be like increasing in anger as this whole situation is happening. He's like, fine. He gets up and grabs his gun.
the other Dallen kind of stares off at you as like the entire table is now very intrigued at what's happening, because both of them look similar. One of them looks older than the other, but you've been traveling with them long enough. The rest of you, if they do get in a fight, you guys won't have to worry about trying to figure out who's who. Don't worry, I'm not going to do that to you.
Please don't kill me because you don't think
Buzz
it's me.
Lightyear. I Buzz Lightyear. I Buzz Lightyear. Who's the real Buzz? I am.
I am.
If you really are my brother, there was one thing he was quite passionate about before he left. You know what that is?
Fuck. Dallen doesn't have his carvings with him, does he?
You have your stuff with
He
you.
left that over at his room.
No, you have you have a lot of your basic stuff with you.
Okay, Dallen's gonna take out the carving that he started on for Fradnir. He's gonna slam it on the table.
You see at the same time, your doppelganger pulls out some wood carving tools and a half-done like carving as well.
Dallen's going, what the fuck is this, man? Who are you?
As Fradnir kind of looks at both. Show me. Perform your wood carving.
Fuck it, fine.
And so the doppelganger kind of has a quick, like, give me a perception check real quick, Dallen.
Alright. An 8.
An 8. The other individual looks at you very defiantly, as now we're both going to roll. So go ahead and roll your check.
It was, did you want performance or sleight of hand?
I'll do performance
Or
with
do
this
you
one,
want-
as you're currently kind of showing off at this with this kind of one.
Gotcha. And I add my proficiency with this, right?
Yes, with your tools.
Gotcha. Fuck, I can't see what there is. Oh, 20! Let's go!
You know, that is... wow. And so, as he says this, you immediately whoosh, grab your tools and you you carve and you take... remind me of the statue that you had been working on for him?
It was a statue of Fradnir.
Gotcha. So, as you take it, like with only a little bit of sweat coming off of your brow, you expertly just you craft and you carve and you finish up the figure, and you give him great features. And in fact, you actually even look up a few times at his face and you use him as reference as
I'm carving a younger version, like the version that I remember of him when I left.
Very good, very good. So you carve and with memory, you block out the figure in front of you, and instead you focus on what you remember, and you bring out a fully carved Fradnir. And as you look over, you watch as the other Dallen, he and then crack, as his wood has split in half. As he rolled in that one.
Dallen's gonna like kind of burst in anger, seeing that the botched job on the wood. He's like, kind of fucking, how dare you mistreat wood like that?
Fucking amateur.
Well, I have trouble performing under pressure. I was just asked upon this.
Oh shit!
Hey, bullshit to you. What is that even?
It's him, younger. When I left.
Huh. I'd say that looks more like a troll. That cannot be. That couldn't be Fradnir. Enough.
Dallen's just gonna be like perplexed by this whole situation. Like, what the fuck is this?
Clearly, you got better skills when it comes to wood carving. That is certainly interesting. As he kind of then has a more of a glaring stare at the other individual, who kind of takes a bit of a step back. Well then, perhaps something else, another test is in order to help decide which of you actually is my brother. And then he kind of reaches behind him and grabs a couple plates. From what I remember, you were quite the coward, fighting from afar. But there was no denying your aim. And then he throws the plates. Draw!
Watch me like immediately fail this. One of the few times I actually fail shooting. That's gonna be frustrating. Alright. Dallen's just gonna pull out his gun and fire. 11. It's 11 hit.
It does, but like you're caught off guard by this, and the doppelganger, like this other Dallen, like lightning quick, just phew, and the glass shatters. You're about a couple seconds late, and you're like, oh, and then you bring it out, and then, and you needed a 10 to beat it, but you're definitely slower, but you do hit it, and it shatters. As the glass kind of scatters to the ground, you hear some exclamations from the crowd, like, oh, and then, woo, and then some applause as some of the people are now starting to pay attention to what's happening. As he looks at you, you're a little slow. And he looks over at the other Dallen.
Well, I mean, I was kind of sloppy there, to be honest. I'm not gonna argue with that.
What was Mother's name? As he kind of looks at both. Oh.
Dallen's gonna look at Fradnir, then look over at the other Dallen.
And the other Dallen looks at Fradnir
How
and
about
also
you
looks
answer
over
this?
at you. Ah, well, that's easy enough. Everyone knows that Mother's name is Ajumi.
What? It's Jamadi.
What? Don't be ridiculous. It's Jumi. Everyone knows that. And kind of looks over
Jamadi
at...
Bathrax.
And he's going to roll... that's not great on his. Let's see what Fradnir rolls. He seems to grunt and kind of glare a little more at him, and then looks over at you. And then takes a look at the other Dallen. How did I get this? As he holds up his right arm.
And then Dallen's gonna freeze and kind of look disappointed. Please don't make me answer this. You know what? You know how you got that.
With that, the other Dallen, he kind of freezes a little bit, looks over at you, and then he looks back at Frontier. Well, obviously you got that from combat. If you remember, you were fighting, and of course, it was a terrible fight, and you just managed to barely survive after they cut off your arm, and then suddenly, ooh, yep, that definitely hits. Give me a second. How close are you to him, Dallen?
I'm probably just standing where I am, to be honest.
Okay, I'll
where
say
I was, like, over at my seat.
Yeah, I'll say that's you all kind of went out about a good like 10-15 feet. Ooh. As he's stammering and trying to explain, there's suddenly an eruption of fire as from Frondir's hand, a ball of flame just erupts out, and you hear briefest, "Ah!" and then this explosion of fire erupts, and then there's just nothing but ash left in this place. I hate fucking liars. As he then kind of growls and looks over at you.
Was that really necessary?
He kind of like steps from the table and stomps over and grabs the statue you carved and takes a look at it. I haven't seen this face since I looked at a reflection all those years ago. Eerie. As he kind of squints and looks at it.
Yeah, well, thank you for that. I hoped I had gotten better.
And the entire courtyard kind of fell into silence, and everyone was just kind of staring at this mound of ash that just blows away with the wind, and then the music then picks back up again, and the people are just like, oh, okay, and then just start eating and going about their business once more. How's
Before
Talos
everyone-
and Dane
for that
doing, by
ends-
the way?
Oh.
Are you there?
Yeah,
Eating and drinking.
I'm just sitting there like kind of watching and drinking my drink.
Yeah, you just
yeah,
watched this
before-
Dragonborn just incinerate another Dragonborn in front of you.
Alright,
Oh, I guess there are now 6.
before everyone... Fuck, I keep interrupting people. Sorry, guys.
You're good, you're good. And yeah, Frondir kind of looks at you. I have lots of questions, but...
Alright, Dallen's gonna go over and spit on the ashes and look, fucking jackass. He's gonna look, well, I'll answer them when you in a more private spot.
Roll me a history check real quick, Dallen.
Okay. Ugh, that's a high roll. Damn it.
11? Oh, no, there it is, 5. It just popped
No,
up.
I just have a really low modifier on that.
Ah. As you're kind of thinking back, you don't quite remember Frondir using magic.
So, when did you start using magic?
Just sort of came around. A few years back.
Hmm.
His nostrils kind of flare a little bit. Don't like to use it, but it does make messes easier to clean. As he then glares down at the blackened spot.
I mean, the guy did piss me off, but I don't think you should have incinerated him.
He
But
lied and tried to impersonate you. He got what was coming.
Now, back to my other question. You talked about something had happened to the island, or you alluded to it. What has anything happened to the island? Is everyone okay?
As far as I'm aware, I've been gone a few years. Went out to try and find you.
Well, I'm gonna explain this a bit later on, but you wouldn't be able to find me if a few months ago I wouldn't be able to be found.
Intriguing. And he then kind of steps over back to his chair, sits down, and picks up another haunch of meat, and he becomes curiously quiet as if he's deep in thought.
All right, Dallen's gonna sit down and say, oh, "Sorry about that, guys."
What was all that about?
Well, I guess a doppelganger came over. Well, a guy who tried to impersonate me, so he'd get the money my brother has. I guess he got what's coming to him. And he points over at the pile of ash.
Hopefully that doesn't cause us any ill will with Lord Thanatos.
Hopefully not.
That was most entertaining.
I think that answers your question.
Just a bit.
Ronir, I had no idea that you had two brothers. I suppose you only have one now. And as he kind of laughs and chuckles a little bit, you all look at Frodner and he doesn't even respond. He's just chomping on meat and like his stare seems to be miles away. Well then. The treasurer has informed me quite a bit about your company. You are Comet's company, yes?
That is correct.
Apologies for not introducing myself earlier. I am Thanatos, ruler of Anar Dracul. And gives a slight bow of his head.
Give respectful bow as well.
Yeah, Dallen's gonna try and bow too, but he is very perplexed by this whole situation.
I am told that you are escorting this treasurer to the capital of this land, Lancaster.
Yes.
Tell me, are there any other plans that you have?
Dallen's gonna take a glance at the girl. I was like, not in particular for me.
He kind of like rubs his chin a little bit. Perhaps later. More private quarters. I have maybe a job proposition for you. You see, our land is plagued with a problem. And due to my best efforts, I have been unable to solve it or remove it. The treasurer has informed me that you have answered a problem of Port La Montaigne in regard to this pirate lord. Makes me wonder if perhaps you might be the ones I'm looking for to help solve my problem.
And what sort of problem do you have?
Well, for what I hear, your company was brought in after being ambushed by one of such problem. There are those in the desert that wish harm upon me and my people. Ambushing caravans and attacking without mercy. I've tried to solve this problem, but they've proven to be elusive.
This is...
If you were all to help, which we can discuss this later, but if you were to help and solve this problem, the reward for such a deed would be great. And he kind of crosses his arms and has a big smile.
We have a bit of a score to settle with I believe, the same problem that you have. After all, they did. I kind of flex my shoulder a bit. A bit of a inconvenience on us as well.
Yes. They've definitely made this more personal. I had sent out an envoy many, many moons ago to help seek worthy beings capable of helping. I had not seen him in quite some time, but I had heard that his body was found at your caravan.
Unfortunately, he was slain by the same ones who attacked us as well.
I figured as much. A shame. But this simply means that I must take a more direct approach to dealing with them. But this is not proper dinner conversation. For now, you appreciate what you have done in getting the treasurer here. He is a most unusual and entertaining figure. As he kind of looks down at the treasurer and then looks back at you all. You all are welcome in Anar Dracul any time. So long as you, of course, follow the laws of the land.
Of course.
Now then, as he then stands up and he slowly rises and he just keeps rising and he rises tall and he shows off his full height as he looks among the crowd. I thank you all for coming and partaking in this banquet. Please, continue to feast and be merry. Unfortunately, I have further business to take care of, but to see you all here has pleased me greatly. And he gives a slight bow and turns and heads up the palace stairs as everyone gives an applause and cheers. Woo! And then proceeds to go back to their drinks. And you all notice it's gotten quite late into the evening. It's like throughout the interesting altercation with the Dallens and his brother Frodnir, and kind of taking everything in and eating. It was already about midday when you were getting ready to leave. At this point, it's getting to be close to about the sun setting as the cool air is starting to blow across the land.
Well, it's certainly been an interesting feast.
That's
I
an
know he's
understatement.
I know he's your brother and all, but he should know a bit more manners when speaking to a lady.
Yeah.
He then stands up and looks in your direction. I'll find you tomorrow, brother. I have a lot to think about. And then he turns and puts his hand on the servant and kind of takes her with him as they kind of walk towards the towards the.
Before they leave, is the truth spell still on her?
Would you have been concentrating on it, Talos, after you knew that everyone else had failed?
Yeah, just in case someone say if anyone that might have tripped up on what they might have been saying.
Then I'll say yeah. I'll go ahead and say yeah.
Okay. Dallen's gonna yell at the girl like, I still haven't gotten your name.
Your brother seems to be. Let me do a roll for him real quick. No, he's very distracted. He doesn't even hear you. But as for her, ooh. As she kind of looks at you, she kind of like she hears like what you said, and she kind of turns back and looks at you. You watch as her mouth kind of starts to, like, almost looks like it's starting to close shut, but then she shudders a little bit. Sophia, and then turns as she gets dragged away by Frodnir.
Will it be possible for Dallen to clinch onto his glass and might maybe accidentally break it?
Roll me a strength check.
Gotcha.
See how well your control is.
Okay. $20.
Yeah, I'll say with that, as you hear the name and everything comes into picture, all of you hear a bit of glass shattering as you take 4 points of piercing damage, Dallen, as the glass seeps into your hand.
Are you all right?
We got a problem.
What do you mean?
The servants come and pick up the rest of the like. You watch as one comes over and sweeps up the glass from beneath you and bows as they kind of walk away quickly. As a few other servants grab the rest of your plates and your dishes, as everything seems to be starting to be cleaned up. As some of the guests are still partaking in drinks, but a lot of them are beginning to leave.
Alan's gonna lean over to Talos and say, try and whisper to him. You know that girl I've been trying to find for that lumber. What's the profession called? Of character. Whatever. The girl I swore to find for that father.
Yes.
I think that's her.
Oh. And I can't. My face kind of goes like for a surprise, but a few moments later, goes immediately to more of a darker. So like more like. Yes, I can see this might be a problem.
She rolled a nat 20, by the way. I won't tell you why, what that was for exactly, but let me just tell you that there could have been a bit of a different answer or different outcome for that, with that roll, wow.
Okay.
That's all I'll say for right now, but as the rest of the courtyard begins to clear, quite a few people are wobbly, and you can definitely tell there's quite a few heavily inebriated individuals. As a few Anarian guards currently guiding some of them back out the palace grounds.
I am not. This is not going to end very well.
Nothing we do ever does end well.
Dallen's gonna have a very sad face on his sort of very sad face on him.
It's going to be much more difficult without causing a scene, and more so because of being his brother.
I mean, if you want, you know a guy who knows a few things. He lives pretty quietly.
Dallen's gonna glare at.
We're not
Milo,
going to kill anyone. We don't
he's
want
my
anyone
brother.
dying.
I mean, after all that, it would seem. Never mind.
Oh, Lord.
But just remember.
Dallen, roll me a Constitution saving throw real quick.
Okay.
Oh no.
That's 4.
Hmm.
Uh-oh.
Upon the revelation of seeing your brother, and even worse, finding out that the one you've been looking for is also with your brother in this place, so you're not quite sure what's happening, what's going on. Okay, that was... in your mind, you suddenly hear, "What a very interesting turn of events." And it's a little hard to tell in the darkness, but the rest, as Dallen is continuing to stare the direction where his brother and that girl went off, as Dallen kind of turns back towards you, all of you notice that his scales have turned completely black.
Why?
Oh, no, not again.
I'm interested to the rest of the party. Like, is Dallen okay?
Yeah, Milo, as you look, you see his Dallen's scales have changed color, and you're like, what?
Like, oh boy, not again.
What do you mean again?
Are you playing Dallen right now, or am I still playing?
All you, man.
Okay. He's gonna start stretching. So I actually was able to get him to buy these ropes. Okay.
As you look down at yourself and you see the very fancy and flamboyant robes, you kind of give them a bit of a twirl, and you're like, yeah.
Do we
And
have
he
to get
kind
a
of just-
rope again?
Dallen's gonna be holding his gun like it's something gross. Looking at it like he doesn't know what this is. He throws it onto the table. Well, I'm not gonna say you need to grab the ropes. I know how that turns out now. So, where are we staying?
That is a good question. I believe it
Can you explain
was
to me, tell me what the fuck is going on with Dallen right now?
Ah,
best.
there's a new little one here.
Someone better explain what the fuck is going on to Dallen right the fuck now before I do something
It
again.
appears that there's more than one person inside his head.
While you were engaged otherwise,
Uh-huh.
while you were engaged otherwise, Namfoodle, our artificer friend, was trying to figure out what, by the ancestors, was going on with Dallen. I believe we have his notes somewhere. I can't actually remember.
Before you guys go any further, Dallen's gonna kind of interject and kind of like Jack Sparrow kind of walk over to him and hold his hand out, say, "The name's Thragon."
Dallen, you're not meant to have multiple personas. That is my fucking job here. Knock that shit off.
I don't
Oh,
think it's a
I'm
persona.
Not Dallen.
Can I roll an insight check on Dallen?
Yep. Roll me a charisma, just a straight charisma check, Thragon.
Gotcha. Did we ever decide which one I was going to use?
I think it was just the bottom one of the three you shared. I think pretty sure it was that one.
Ah, gotcha. Okay. Just right. Ah, yes. Okay. You said what? Gotcha. You said a charisma check?
Mhm.
Is it a straight one?
Correct.
Gotcha.
With that check, Milo, as you kind of like look into the eyes of your friend, the one who you watched like wither away from your dagger attack, like you come to know him very well. When you look into the eyes of this individual, like it's got to be him. Like his face is still the same, except for the weird scales things. He's talking a little weird, but this is Dallen. What the heck?
His eyes are also almost like acidic green.
Mm-hmm.
Is
He's
this
doing some sort of
Truth-
disguised self magic. You think?
Is he? Is the Zemus Truth still up?
It would be about to
Oh, no.
fade.
Yeah, it's about like it has like maybe 30 seconds left.
And also, technically, Dallen succeeded, so it didn't affect him. But
No, I know that.
you would be under the effect still.
Yes,
Oh,
that's what I'm
I
worried
would-
about.
Would I have to make another roll for that?
I'll say yeah. You can make another roll.
Okay. Saving throw. Ooh, okay.
Oh, easily.
Oh, okay.
Did we lose someone?
Dallen, take off the fucking disguise.
You're beginning to anger me.
I could say the same for you.
Dallen. What'd you say? Out of character.
I said I could say the same thing.
We still got you, Talos? I noticed your thing is
I'm still
gone
here.
off of...
One sec. It's my internet. Give me a sec. I'm trying to reset it.
Gotcha.
We just
As-
look over and just see Talos just fading in and out of existence.
It just seems too cozy.
There we go.
As this,
Okay.
as
To be
this
real.
standoff starts to grow a little bit in intensity, the Zone of Truth spell fades away, and you no longer feel compelled to speak the truth, Milo, if you don't wish to. And a guard is currently kind of walking in your general direction, with a few other people helping guide them out towards the drawbridge. And he kind of looks at you all. and
Where's
goes,
the...
Thank you all for coming. Please, make your way to your lodgings.
Dragon's gonna go over to him and very boastfully kind of just bow deeply and say, oh, thank you. Have a nice day.
To you as well, sir. Oh, and he kind of pulls his head up as he grabs the back shirt of the individual he was holding that is now currently puking off the side. Servant, and he waves over, and a couple servants rush over with a bucket. And what do you all do?
All right. Has the treasure left yet?
The treasure, as you kind of give me a perception check.
Okay. Actions, no, that's not right. Fuck. Okay.
You heard, go find your lodgings. Your eyes are towards the drawbridge, Thragon, as you're ready to go and take it easy.
Okay.
It's sad. You have a bit of explaining to do on who and what you are and why you're inside our friend.
Oh. I can't promise I'll be willing to answer all of those questions, but I'll answer some.
We don't lean over to Danny and be like, you better find those fucking notes soon.
Are you all heading out off the drawbridge back towards the oasis?
Yeah.
Okay. Just some music. Do-do-do. Sorry, just trying to find. There we go. Or, no, that's not the one. Gotcha. All right.
You have a very insistent tabaxi with me right now.
Wait, what?
My cat is like headbutting me.
Oh.
He's trying to tell you that Khajiit has wares.
Khajiit is hungry, even though she has food.
Khajiit
is starving. You starve me.
Please,
You starve this one.
Please.
You starve this one.
Khajiit give love, Khajiit have food.
You see how bad he treats this one. He does not love this one. He only thinks of selfish self.
There we go. Got that one. And as you all kind of cross over the bridge and make your way over, you see that there's a few lights, torch lights lit up across the streets to help guide people as the sun is setting. You all kind of have to grip your robes and your fancy clothes a little bit tighter as the chilly air kind of sweeps across to the town, and you're like, ooh, as where it was close to uncomfortable earlier. Thankfully, due to your clothes, it was nice that you were nice and comfortable. Now, with the sunset, you've noticed that the temperature has dropped quite severely. It is downright chilly.
This is a bit different.
Yes. It reminds me of, well, slightly, stepping out from the mountain air into the forge. Ugh. Oh, and then not this drastic at times.
And as you kind of make your way over towards the oasis, you make your way towards the entrance of the oasis as eventually you hear behind you, and if you gaze behind you, you would see as the drawbridge is slowly being raised up for the night. As the palace is now cut off from the rest of the city.
I guess no vacancies there tonight.
And as you find yourself at the entrance of the oasis, You hear a few people inside. Sounds like some drinking and merrymaking is going on. Not as much as usual, but the city seems to be kind of dying down for the night. So, what do you all do?
Go to the front bar and ask for the finest wine they have.
All right. Who did I have as the tavern over this one again? Let me see. No, that wasn't them. Okay. No. Ah, my notes. Where did I put my notes? Oh, right. That's who I had. As this lizard-like individual kind of looks at you. Coming right up. And I kind of go back and roll me a perception check, Thragon.
Yeah, his perception's kind of weak. Let's see if he makes this. Oh, that's higher than I thought he would get.
14?
14.
Let me see what they get. An 18. You watch as they go into the back, and Thragon, you hear some pouring going on, and then they proceed to bring you out in a wooden cup. What you can smell to be some it's decent wine. You've had better.
Oh, how quaint. Starts drinking it and tosses just asks, how much?
For the finest, sir. That'll be 15 gold.
Okay. They try, yes, why not 10 gold?
Roll persuasion.
Persuasion?
Persuasion.
18.
Ooh, you just beat him out. Fine. 10 gold.
And Thragon's eyes are gonna light up as he throws him 10 gold.
Thank you, sir. And he kind
My
of
pleasure.
moves on to another customer. What are the rest of you doing, by the way?
Look at creep talking like this guy.
I'm kind of just like, my arms are folded. I'm kind of just staring at this dude.
That Thragon.
God. I didn't realize how much of a creep I feel like talking like Thragon.
Interesting that. Anything you're doing, Dane?
I'm just kind of keeping an eye on everything, but also trying to remember where I put the notes.
Gotcha. And Milo?
I'll be up in my room.
Alright, Milo heads up to a room that he purchased. And so, I assume over as you all kind of like partaking maybe a few drinks, and you just had your mind is filled with the thoughts of the evening and what has happened. I assume that you will slowly, eventually retire to your rooms.
Yeah.
Very good.
Thragon's got to ask Talos and Dane where his room is.
Well, I can tell you where Your other half's room is.
Oh, and he waves off what you just said, like, ah, fine, yeah, whatever.
That just sounds disturbing. We'll put it that way.
And then you get Thragon. You get shown to a room, and as you look inside, you see that there's a few pieces of gear, a gun axe, or what appears to be an axe, but it seems to have a weird mechanism on it, leaning up against the bed, as well as a few other smaller things. But you find it to be quite quaint.
Quick question, guys. Out of character, did one of you guys grab Dallen's gun when Thragon threw the gun on the table?
I'm assuming Milo probably would have.
No, I wouldn't have.
No.
Fuck.
I'll say Dane grabbed it. Why not? Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
It's like, oh yeah, totally go and grab the gun.
Thank you. All right, back to the game.
Back to our regularly scheduled shenanigans.
Talos kind of has his mind occupied with like, oh great, we got this, and we got a possible girl that's been kidnapped being. Who knows what's happening to her right now.
Yeah, I was waiting to see if one of you was going to bring that up, because I was like, And I was also going to be nice enough to where, like, I wasn't going to be like, no, none of you said it. So I was like, let's see if any of them actually
so I was like,
brings it up.
My God.
Talos is kind of like pacing right now, trying to decide. Talos is kind of pacing, like trying to decide, like, if I do this, might cause another incident. If I don't, Talos is gonna like kind of just come up, take a moment, kind of sit down, like kind of contemplate, as well as like try to see if you can find guidance on this decision.
Are you guys in Dallen's room?
No, Talos is in his own room because he didn't really want to be near this. After the whole having to tie him up the first time.
Is the one in Dallen's room?
I think all got our own separate rooms.
Okay, good. All right.
I think Dane would like try to go keep an eye, and then Thragon would just like close the door in his face while looking at him.
Oh no, he would just act like oh, come in, then slam in your face.
Yeah, that's exact. Yeah. Just thump.
Okay.
So after getting the door slammed in my face, I'll go to my room.
So Milo, what would you be doing?
I'll write a letter to what's his name? Lure,
All right.
asking about stuff.
So you take the time to kind of write up an update letter, and you get it all packaged up and ready to be mailed off in the morning. And then Talos is meditating, and Dallen, or Thragon, what is Thragon doing?
Thragon's trying to do some rituals, trying to figure out what's going on
All right.
and how to control it.
A roll and an Arcana.
Gotcha. Okay. Ah, fuck. I'm sorry.
And then
Is that-
Talos, I'll have you roll a religion.
1 sec.
Religion. Okay.
14.
14. As you kind of sit and meditate on everything that you saw, and you send up a prayer to Bahamut asking for some guidance. You can feel his presence, but as you try to interpret like exactly what kind of guidance that he may be trying to send to you, you don't. Things feel muddled. The conflict in your mind currently is clouding it, and while you're able to clear some of it out and like get yourself into a more calm state, you're unfortunately not able to really determine what sort of path Bahamut would want you to take. With a natural 20, that is a heck of a roll.
Yeah.
So after checking out a few materials and stuff that Dallen has, and kind of going into Thragon's own mind, trying to feel things out in the body, get a better understanding about what's happening, what's going on. I'll be sure to get you some notes on that a little bit later, but just as he has an epiphany, with this epiphany, he slips his hold on control of the body, and Dallen, you just kind of bolt, and you're like, as you know that you didn't have any control, and you find yourself in your room.
Oh, fuck. Dal's gonna get up and move to whoever's room's closest to him, and he's gonna try and knock on their door. See
Milo.
if they answer.
You hear a knock on your door.
Who is it?
Knocking on Milo's door.
Hey, how do we get back to the tavern? I remember bits and pieces of it.
You hear this through the door. It sounds like Dallen's voice or Thragon's voice. You're not quite sure yet.
Dragon, or whatever the fuck your name is, I don't have time for you right now.
It's Dallen. Dragon was back? Did nothing happen?
Roll.
Bro, I don't know what the fuck is going on.
Dallen, roll a persuasion and Milo insight.
Persuasion.
With that roll, Milo, as you hear the voice, like, you come to realize that he's not talking with that kind of vainness and confidence that he had before. Maybe this is Dallen.
Always was Dallen.
Always was Dallen, okay. Hey, can I come in?
Sure, Dallen, or Thragon, or the fuck your name is now.
Actually, you don't know too much about this, do you?
As you open up the door and kind of step inside, you see Milo's currently facing the door from this small wooden table with a few papers scattered on the table.
Dallen, I've
Is it
been
like halfling size?
Yes.
That's fucking adorable.
After a second, you realize that it's actually he managed to basically find a stool, and he's working on basically a bedside table.
Okay.
Which to your size,
Alright,
that'd be rather small, but for him, it's a good size.
Alright, what were
Dallen,
you saying?
I've been gone for fucking a month or two now. I don't know as much as the rest of the party. So excuse me if I don't know what the fuck is going on with Dragon or Dragon, whatever the fuck that was. Or quote unquote was. Now what do you want, Dallen?
Do you have time for me to explain, or would you rather wait until tomorrow?
See what you have to say.
Okay, and Dallen's gonna sit down from whatever he can find to sit down on, and he's gonna start saying, this has been a bit of a recent occurrence. I've been having blackouts, and apparently someone else has been taking control. And then I found out that this person's name was Dragon, which is if it's a dragon, I think it is. He's a ancient black dragon. From a few centuries or decades ago, before I was born, he died, but he was essentially he basically had control of the whole of the island I grew up on, and Hashan, a brass dragon Bray, who leads my clan currently, or I hope he does. Hopefully he's not dead. He and all the Dragonborn teamed up together and pretty much had to fight him to almost extinction to try and stop his reign. And now I'm hearing I hope this isn't that dragon, but if it is, that I need to find someone to figure out what's going on, because I don't fully know what's going on myself. This is all I know.
Muhammad compelled him.
Dallen, that's a great story and all, but you can't bullshit a bullshitter. I know what a disguise looks like, and I know what a cover story is.
Alan's gonna face palm. He's like, God damn it! Why are you this stupid when you're that smart?
Do you say that?
I'm thinking it. But he visibly face palms. Okay. Well,
Dallen, you know what my profession is, right?
You're a rogue? You're a
It's
thief?
not really a profession, but you know what I need to do in order to do my job, correct?
Not really, actually.
Actually, you do. You've seen it in action before. I make fucking disguises.
Stabby stabby.
Not where I was going with that, but also yes. If what you say is true, it's going to need a bit more convincing, because when quote-unquote Dragon came by, all I saw was you.
Alright, well, you don't need to believe me. I just thought I owed you an explanation.
What you only need an explanation on is what happened between you and your brother, and whatever the fuck just happened not that long ago.
Well, what do you want to know?
Everything.
Well, the reason why I left my island was because of my shame of what I did to my brother. It was an accident. but I still felt shame for it.
Can
When I was
make a quick insight check and try to piece together what the quote-unquote incident was?
Hmm. Go ahead and make an insight check. Let's see what we get. So with that roll, you can see that there must have been something that happened involving Dallen and his brother, where something happened and Dallen's brother lost half of his arm. You're quite certain that it has something to do with Dallen, but you're not quite sure. You haven't got enough information to determine exactly what happened.
It's about his arm, isn't it?
Yeah. Around when I first started he starts kind of like fire starts popping out of his fingertips. Once I started being able to, around the beginning, when I started being able to use magic, they had me start training, and they thought that Fradnir would have the same ability, so they had him trained with me for what he could do. I didn't realize that my control of the elements, my full control of the elements, only really went over for acid and fire. And his hands, one hand acid starts coming, like a ball of acid kind of comes out, and a ball of fire comes into the other. But when I try to use another element and then like acid, I mean not acid, poison, it kind of just pops out. It kind of just, it's not as controlled when he tries to do poison. This happens. I don't have nearly as much control over the other elements. And how I figured that out was I tried casting a spell and it took his arm. I've never been able to forgive myself for that. But neither has my brother. And I don't know if I don't know if he's forgiven me now either. Every time I looked at him, it reminded me of what I had done. So, cowardly, I decided to leave and go on an adventure so I won't have to look at that. And be reminded every time I see him.
I'm really sorry, but I'm getting a phone call right now. I need to go for a second.
You're good, you're good.
We've been trying to reach you about your disguise kit's extended warranty.
Oh, Lord.
As Dallen's just quickly taking it from him. I have the warranty now, bitch.
Like you're doing this, you know, the big backstory, all of your like history. Milo's eyes just glaze over.
Dallen's like, really? You're getting bored now? You asked for this.
If you want, we could take this time as he's taking that call to go do a bathroom break. I can probably do that real quick.
Sounds like a plan.
Alright, let's do a quick bathroom break and then we'll get right back into it. So we'll be right back.
Sound good.
After all, we do have a very wealthy friend.
Bazoop, I'm back.
Oh, well,
Hello.
Robert.
I don't think Milo's back.
He's not on his phone call.
possibly.
Very well then. So, we'll get back to Dallen and Milo's conversation in a little bit. Dane, did you said you were just heading to bed, right? Just so you can remember.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, it was going to be the usual, just check weapons and gear, and then eventually find the notes, and then head off to bed.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Talos, I think Talos is starting to come to a decision on what he wants to do.
Sorry,
Instead
I'm
of
back.
getting ready for bed, he starts putting some clothes on.
Very good.
And, oh, welcome back.
So roll me a quick investigation check, real quick, Dane. See how efficient you are in finding what you're looking for.
Alrighty, 1 moment. Gotta bring back up roll 20. Investigation.
It takes you quite a while. Eventually, you do find what you're looking for, but after a while you realize that it's been like a couple hours, and it's really late. Like, ugh, I'm so tired. So you just find what you're needing, but then you just almost immediately flop on your bed and pass out.
It's like, oh, I'll hand them. I'll give it to him in the morning. Be fine.
You know, Salas, as you kind of come to a decision and you're getting your clothes on, you can faintly hear a conversation coming in from potentially Milo's room as like you return back to Milo and Dallen.
Hello, darling.
Alright, where'd I leave off of?
The last I remember was poison and your brother's arm, and then
You left the island.
Yes. Yeah, fuck. God damn it. I was out of character, now I gotta get back into character.
I'm sorry.
You're all good.
You're good.
Just kind of work yourself back into it. You're a fierce dragonborn. You're also part sorcerer, and you also use a gun.
Which you do not have currently.
My god! Alright,
But Dad don't even realize his gun is missing.
Not yet.
I don't think he is. No, he doesn't. He doesn't realize it. Like, you popped him back in and out during that whole situation, but I don't think he didn't realize that Dragon threw his gun onto the table. Okay. From the guilt that I had from seeing my brother every time, I left the island in search of adventure, to trying to escape that reality. But then, once I got into, what was it? It wasn't Dundras that I came here. I went into. Sturma. Thank you so much. Once the boat hit Sturma, I joined a adventurers guild on my first job. I got knocked out, and then boop-a-bop, got thrown 40 years into the future And then I met you guys.
Milo is gonna let out a deep sigh after hearing this. Say, Dallen. Just tell me one thing.
What's that?
Was it really you acting as Thragon, or was it actually Thragon?
Man, it wasn't me. That wasn't me. Do I need to do a persuasion check?
Yeah, let's have you do another persuasion with advantage versus Milo insight.
I was gonna take it, but okay.
It's
just
one of
to
those.
see how this
Now
goes.
you've mentioned it.
There was a silence, so I was like, ooh, wait a minute.
Oh god.
Fuck. God damn it.
Piece of fish.
Milo's never gonna believe Dallen.
No. With that, as you finish your explanation, Milo, you look at him in the eye, and as you kind of stare deep into his eyes, you notice how his eye color is different. You see how his scales are back to how it usually is, and you look deep into his eyes, and you see the soul, the being that you have come to know as Dallen, and you come to realize just how different now the other thing felt when whatever happened with this Thragon, quote unquote, took over. There was a significant difference in the way he acts and everything else. You can make a point in your line of profession to read people best you can, due to a lot of safety concerns and whatnot, and you could tell that he's being honest. But you could also tell that he doesn't understand or know what exactly is happening.
Dallen. I believe you. However, you shouldn't believe me. It's time that I complain, at least to you. Milo isn't my real name.
Oh?
Quite honestly, I don't remember what it is. The closest persona that I've made, his name's Reed. And so, since that is the last one that I can remember, that is my real name. As close as I can get to a real name for me, at least.
Okay, Reed. Frankly, I don't believe I deserve my last name, but my full name is Dallen Blackbrass.
And I read Toscobble.
Reed Toscobble. Cobble? Or Gobble?
Cobble.
Out of character. Cobble.
Cobble.
Gotcha. Yeah, I don't want Dallen to be like, hey, this is all nice, but can I clarify this?
Hey, Toss, gobble, gobble, gobble.
Another name makes sense.
I... Before I joined you guys, I had actually... I take that back. From the very beginning, this is what I did. And then, after doing a couple of jobs, I met a changeling and a bugbear. They were the closest thing to a family that I knew at the time. Then from there, continued doing odd jobs here and there until one day we got hit with the proposal to steal something that would put our name out in the world, and it would be the best. Antiva,
Vaguely. That was a bit of time
do
away.
you remember when we first showed up and I pulled that poster down?
Yes. You're acting very strange then.
Because that was the item that the three of us were going to steal. That's when I knew that all of us come 40 years into the future, or just weren't there for 40 years, or what have you be. But before we could steal it, I fell in love with someone and left them to start my own family. But after all the hiding, deceiving, and whatnot that I could do to leave, they still found me. The change, who I'm assuming did all this, was the changeling and the bugbear. They came to my home, and while I was away, and when I got back, they were all gone. Not missing or anything like that, but gone. I didn't know what to do, so I did the only thing I knew. And that's why I'm here. I need you to keep this between the two of us. I'm not ready to tell Dane or Talos yet.
Problem, Rain. I'll keep it a secret.
As I will with your story.
Thank you. Just so you know, I actually don't know if this would be appropriate to say. You, as far as I care, we're family now.
Hey, Milo.
Thank you.
All right, Dallen's gonna pat him on the shoulder and then leave.
Hey, Milo, roll me a quick Constitution save.
Oh, hey, Dallen, real
Me?
fast. I think you left your gun at the palace.
Huh? What?
That's for Milo. Milo, Constitution save real quick.
Oh, wait, me?
Yes, you.
Oh no.
Upon hearing the word and the sincerity of it, you don't even quite notice it, but Dallen, you see a single tear from the corner of Milo's eye fall.
A little smile forms on Dallen's face, and as he leaves. But he's also very scared now because he left his fucking gun at the at the party.
And as you look outside the oasis, you see the drawbridge is up and the castle and the palace is currently closed off.
Dallen's the scream outside of the room.
And Talos, as you finish getting your clothes on, you hear this exclamation from Dragon? Dallen?
I need to speak to him anyway. I go out to their room to try to see if I can find him.
You open up the door and you see, just standing outside in the bit of a hallway, you see the figure of Dallen Dragon. Just kind of like faces in his hands, like,
You alright?
Milo told me that my gun is still at the party.
Oh, I thought Dane had it.
What? He does. And Milo, Milo, what? Dallen immediately just speed walks towards Dane's room and starts just viciously knocking on the door.
Real quick, I do need that picture of the girl that you were looking for, real quick.
Dane, Constitution saving throw to see if you wake up.
Dallen's gonna go over and hand him the picture.
14. You're having a nice dream of being in the forge, and the pounding of the door is mistaken for the pounding of anvils as you hear that ding, 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 and you're like, yes, this will be the best sword ever.
As Dallen's life is flashing before his eyes at trying to get hold Dane.
Question for you, Sim.
Mm-hmm.
Would I be able to hear the conversation between Talos and Dallen in the hallway?
I'd say, you're taking a moment of taking it all in, and you hear, Dallen just, exclaim as you almost have a slight chuckle to yourself as you're like, poor guy. And then you start to hear mumbling as you hear another voice, which could possibly pique your interest.
I'm gonna roll a perception check.
Alright. 16? Yeah, as you kind of start to hear the voices, you lean closer towards the door, and you're able to start picking up Talos and Dallen's. Well, as you hear Dallen starting to bang on a door, and Talos asking about some sort of picture. And you're able to hear the conversation from here on out. You hear snoring on the other side of the door, Dallen.
Dallen just dies inside. It's like, oh, fuck.
It's alright, he'll be able to get it when he wakes up in the morning, but I do think I need that for that picture of yours.
I don't actually have a picture of her, but the
Didn't you have
description
a lock?
of her-
Didn't you have a locket or something with her picture on it?
No. The father just gave me a description of her, of what she looks like, and
No,
her full name.
from when we were the pirates.
Tim.
You didn't have really a picture, but you did have a journal entry. Well, not quite a journal entry, but there was a strange ledger, one could say.
Yeah, they didn't have pictures of the people though. They just
No.
had descriptions of them.
Correct.
Still, that could be useful. I'm thinking of speaking to the treasurer. If she matches that description, if we're able to question her and it turns out to be her, We may use it. We might be able to convince the treasurer to have his influence to have a get out of your brother's clutches, so say. Sorry to say this, but I really don't like the way your brother talks to women.
To be honest, he's always kind of been a bit of a womanizer, to be honest. It's one of my least favorite characteristics of him.
Well, the way he's talking about her and acting, it's like he's acting like she's a slave.
It's probably because the Dragonborn were not from a very low opinion of humans. I'm pretty sure she's human.
My fist kind of clenches a bit on that. I'm clearly trying to keep my temper down.
Look, I'm just explaining why he's probably acting like that. To be honest, from the Frednir I remember, would have been a little bit more adverse to having slaves. But maybe something happened between the time I left my island and the time we met that maybe have changed him to be willing.
It has been 40 years.
Here's the ledger.
I go ahead and take it from him. Read over, see if I can find her description.
Should be in the journal tab under Strange Ledger. I believe everyone should have access to it.
Yep.
Yes.
According to this, he seems to fit the description. If we're able to talk to her and get talk to her alone and see some basic, simple questions, which should do.
Yes. The thing that made me fully believe that it's her. She said her name was Sophia. If her full name is Dunham, Sophia Dunham, then it's definitely her.
Then we can ask some basic questions like what's her last name, her father's name, where she was born. I'd rather try to see if we can speak with the treasurer tonight before it gets too late. I just have a really...
Currently about like 1 a.m.
Yes. Talos is just like he's worried on what might be going on.
As they're having this discussion, and after Talos said that, I'm gonna open the door and walk out and...
Great.
Talos, it sounds like you're doing some sketchy stuff.
I would like to speak with the treasurer as soon as possible. His influence might be a bit of a help with making things a little more easier.
Well, in that case, I'll come with you. I need to speak to the treasurer myself and properly introduce myself. After all, this contract was for me.
By all means. If anything, if we could use your ability to appear and disappear at will, it might be a bit of a aid if things go a little sideways.
I'm gonna walk over to Talos and kind of give him a pat on the back. I know.
I rolled my eyes like that's like I'm still smiling though.
Before I forget, after your conversation, Dallen and Milo, when you both are like when Dallen you went outside and you both were kind of took a moment to each other and you took a breath, you both having entrusted each other with such intimate details about each other's life, you feel a deeper connection with one another, and it's somewhat inspiring. You both get 1 point of inspiration.
Meow.
Very nice.
So the three of you are now in the hallway. You said you wanted to go find the treasure.
Yeah, speak with the treasurer.
Okay. Well, from what you remember, the treasure was currently being housed in the... Oh, got something real quick. Something... Whoa. Ah. You remember he's currently staying at the palace. And from what you remember, the palace, drawbridge has been drawn up. It doesn't seem as if they're, you're not quite sure just yet, but it seems that they may have the palace closed up for the evening.
Predicaments.
I mean, if you want, I could just try to go speak to the treasurer myself.
I kind of side eye you a bit. I'm like, and you don't think that he might just call out for the guards when somebody randomly shows up in the palace at night and they shouldn't be?
I am once again, or actually, I'm going to pull out the contract this time. My name's on this. I'm his guard. I'm doing my
True.
duties.
True. There's a little bit of hesitation at Talos in his voice, like, Because, like, on one hand, there's that, but on the other hand, it's like, what's happening with the kid, the girl?
So, what are you doing?
What's the time right now?
Almost 3:30.
I'm talking about in...
In game, it's a little after 1 a.m. at this point, approximately. You're not able to tell the time, but you do all feel a decent amount of tiredness from the day. You did go shopping. You did have quite the interesting reintroduction of Milo that he just showed up out of nowhere, and then you had to enjoy a feast at a banquet. It's been quite a day already.
For now, let's rest. As soon as it's dawn, we'll head straight to the palace. As much as it irks me, I don't think we'll have. If anything does go badly, I'd rather be well rested and have the strength to deal with it. Talos, forgive me if this is the wrong decision. Like Bahamut, you forgive me.
It's the only decision we can make right now, other than let Milo go over there.
Yes.
You ready to go?
Yep.
Very well.
So go back to rest until first light.
Oh.
So I'll head to bed.
Grudgingly, but yeah, Talos is gonna after thinking over.
Yeah, makes sense. So Talos going to bed. Dallen going to bed.
Yeah, Dallen's going to bed.
Nervously chewing on his claws as he's wishing he had his gun.
I mean, he has
Moving to
multiple guns
Sal
still,
chewing on.
but
And then Milo also heading to bed.
I was gonna go try to talk to the treasurer.
What would happen?
I said Milo was going to try and talk to the treasurer.
All right. So, go ahead and roll me a stealth check.
I'm pretty hidden.
Natural 20. So, as you kind of close the door and you wait several moments as you hear everything else kind of go silent, you almost hear a nervous, anxious whine coming from Dallen's room, perhaps, maybe. You then, once you hear everything, seems to be quiet down. You throw your hood up and you climb out the window and get down to the street level, and you proceed to make your way towards the palace. You're able to get about right here-ish as you look onward. And from here, as you give me a perception check, as you're kind of looking on at the gatehouse. A 16. With that roll, as you're looking, you see that there's approximately about 4 guards, 2 on the top of the gatehouse, currently kind of patrolling left and right, keeping an eye out towards the city. And there's 2 standing directly in front of a what is that called?
In front of like the main gate.
Barbican?
It's that metal grate thing. Is that pallet set? No.
Portcullis.
Portcullis. That's it. Portcullis. 2 of them are currently standing in front of a portcullis that is all the way down in front of a raised drawbridge. And as you kind of you walk around a little, or sneak around a little bit to a little bit towards the cliff side, you look across and you see that the other drawbridge is completely drawn up, revealing just a canyon below, which drops to be about maybe 200-ish feet or so. It's a long drop.
You said 200-ish feet?
Like it goes from where you are down to the ground level. It's like 200 plus feet deep.
I'm gonna take the 300 feet of silken rope and tie it and climb down.
All right. Let me see. Remind me your strength.
My strength is 9. However, I also do have gloves of climbing.
Okay. So that'll give you advantage on this. I'll have you do me a strength check to make sure that you don't fall as you're climbing down.
Can I do an acrobatics instead?
Sure, all that.
Still with advantage?
Ooh, 16.
Is that still with advantage though, or no?
That won't be with advantage. Just
Okay.
because the gloves basically, because it's a long day already, and like this, I'm taking a few counter things into account. Essentially, the gloves negate the disadvantage.
Fair enough.
So with that, it takes you several minutes as you slowly rappel down the cliff face. As you kind of reach down to the bottom, you hit the ground, and you feel as if the sand is slightly damp where you are. And as you take a look around, you see that a bit of a small trickle of water seems to be flowing through the area.
Okay, I'll try to climb the other side.
All right. As you come up to the other side, you see that the weird plateau that houses the palace, it goes up about roughly another 200 plus feet or so, not accounting for the wall that is there as well, which the wall easily could have been another 30 or 40 feet up maybe.
Okay, before I start climbing up, can I retrieve the rest of the retrieve my rope?
How well did you tie it?
Can I tie it well enough in a way that it would hold me, but yet when I was ready, I could...
Survival check.
I'll take that as a no.
You were able to tie it so you wouldn't fall, but as you tug on it, you realize that rope is not going anywhere. So you tied it real well.
Well, that's good. I'm glad I did it. In that case, I will just start trying to climb it.
Alright. Let me double check a few rollings on climbing just to make sure I have this right. Because I believe there's actually a specific thing about this. It's under movement or... Is this... Oh. Climbing, see under movement. I figured as much. Where's movement? There we go. 181. Alright, while climbing, each foot of movement costs 2 extra unless the creature has a climbing or swimming speed. And you said you have the gloves of climbing?
Yep.
Like, is that the gloves of climbing and swimming, or just climbing?
Yes.
Okay.
No, climbing and swimming.
Gotcha.
Yeah, Milo had the fancy ones.
It was part of the adventures I was going on when the party was gone.
Mm-hmm. There we go. Gloves of swimming and climbing. While wearing these gloves, climbing and swimming doesn't cost you extra movement, and you gain a +5 bonus to strength athletics checks made to climb or swim. Very handy. Okay. Alright, so the DM's option in climbing, a slippery vertical surface or one with few handholds requires a successful strength athletics check. Okay, so, I mean, since this is going to be a fairly vertical way, yeah, I'll need you to roll me an athletics check.
And then +5 for the gloves?
Yes, the gloves gives you a +5 to this. Ooh. So as you begin climbing, you'll get 30 feet up, leaving about roughly to get to the top of the wall. You get 30 feet up on this rock face, and you're starting to already feel a little bit tired from the climb. As you kind of look up and you see that you have roughly, let's say that's 2 plus 50. So you have basically 220 feet left, roughly, of height left to climb.
Okay.
So as you continue, I'll have you do another check. DC will be a little higher on this one.
And because I'm a halfling, I get to reroll that.
Yeah, good thing.
Oh, yeah.
Very good. So as you kind of, okay, and you start to scramble up a little bit higher. You get up to 60 feet at this point. And you're roughly about 140 feet from the gatehouse level. You kind of take a look up and you see a few torches moving up high above you. Okay, 19. That gives you another 30 feet as you get up to 90, leaving you about a little over 100 feet left as you're basically about halfway. If you were to fall right now, it would really hurt. 22, very
I'm a fan
good.
of falling.
As you continue to scramble up, you get another 30 feet up. At this point, you are 80 feet away from essentially ground level, quote unquote. Good lord, you're getting some killer rolls here.
Good thing is I fucking need them right now.
Milo's really determined. As you continue to climb up, you're 50 feet from the gatehouse at this point. As you continue to look around, And
Inspiration.
You just rolled double nat ones.
Yes, I did.
Ugh.
That's why I'm using Inspiration.
okay.
And since I'm using my Inspiration, that'll be reroll the roll and then add a +1 modifier since I have 2 Inspiration points.
Yes, +2 with 2 inspiration points. Let me double check the halfling thing again just to make sure I remember, because it was ability checks and what else?
Saving throws, I believe.
Lucky. When you roll 1 on the d20 for attack roll, ability check, or saving throw, you can re-roll the die and must use the new roll.
Which was also in that one, so
Yeah.
then that's why I'm using Inspiration.
Yeah. So yeah, go ahead and do inspiration. So that'll be a +2. So as you're starting to get up, you're starting to feel really tired. You feel your hand slip, but then you're just like, no, and you grip with your gloves as you slide down a few inches. You're like, and you're like, okay, whew, and then you proceed to continue. And that gets you up to 20 feet away from ground level. And from here, I need you to roll a stealth check.
Oh, stealth check?
Yeah, as you're continuing to climb, you got to roll a new stealth check to make sure that the guards don't see you. 19, all right.
19.
Let me do a roll for them.
Jesus Christ, that +13.
All right.
Yep.
And then you rolled a 9.
Yeah.
All right. I'll say you get 15 feet up, and you now have a point of exhaustion with that.
Fuck.
As you were able to move about half the distance, but you're feeling really tired now. As like you don't weigh too terribly much, but climbing up 200 feet is a climb.
Okay. Do I need to make another roll to climb out?
Yeah, because ability checks now are done with disadvantage with exhaustion.
8.
I'll say with that, you struggle, and you manage to get the last 5 feet to get to ground level.
The ground level or above the wall?
To the bottom of the wall. You are now basically like right here at the base of the wall.
Fuck.
Like that was just to climb up the cliff to get to ground level. You now have another 50 feet up to climb the wall, which the wall is a lot smoother and even fewer handhelds.
Can I look towards the drawbridge and see if there's a big enough opening that I can fit through?
Perception check. With a 3, as you kind of take a look, you kind of have to thrust yourself back against the wall, as the cliff is very steep and you're just barely at the base of the wall. And you're a little nervous that you might slip at any point, potentially. And you're not able to get a good look towards the gate, as the drawbridge is fully up, and it seems to be covering up the entrance very well.
Damn it. Against my better judgment, I'm going to continue to try to climb over the wall.
Another stealth check,
Oh, stealth check, shit.
and this will be a disadvantage. But you probably just have to roll on that one to really fail.
19.
Alright. As you take another breath and you begin to grip into the wall, the gloves are really pulling in the work, as it's not quite like spider climbing, but you're able to slowly find some nooks. Go ahead and roll me another athletics check. Okay, with an 18. You take your time. A few minutes pass by as you get 30 feet, as you're now a little over halfway up the wall. And you see you're able to see kind of a few lights as the top of the wall is just above you. Seven. Let me check something real quick. Alright, you managed to climb up only 15 feet as you gain another point of exhaustion as your
God.
fingers are starting to burn. So do have disadvantage on ability checks now, and your speed is now halved.
As I'm about to get over this wall, can I make a prayer to Isis?
Religion check. Without disadvantage.
Oh. Me too.
Very nice. And what do you say?
Isis, if you can hear me, you know it is not my time yet. Fate would not have me die here. Please, help me get over this wall and continue my journey.
Alright, you have 5 feet left to go. Roll me an athletics check.
Alright, 12.
With a 23 for emphasis. You feel an unnatural strength re-enter your fingers as you grit your teeth and you clamber up the top of the wall and collapse just over the edge. As your fingers are absolutely burning, as you kind of take off the glove, one of the gloves real quick, and you can see your fingers are starting to swell a little bit, and they're pulsing with a lot of pain, as that was perhaps the highest that you've ever had to climb.
Definitely was.
But as you kind of catch your breath and then get as close to the shadows of the wall as you can, you're able to look inside the palace grounds, where you see a few torches moving about here and there, as there are several guards on patrol, but for the most part everything seems to be quite quiet. And I'd say overall for that, to climb down and climb up, it would have taken you about half an hour, so you're at about roughly about 1:45, 1:30 a.m.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd
All
say
right,
probably closer to 1:45, as it would take you a few minutes to sneak over to the gate.
Fair enough. I'm going to activate my Boots of Speed and try to locate the treasure inside the palace.
All right. Go ahead and start me off with a stealth check. Okay, 19. Ooh. As you begin to you get yourself off the wall and you look behind you, you see a couple more guards stationed at the gate. As one of them is currently just kind of idly looking there, you see as one of them is idly kind of looks in your direction, and then they their head stops. You freeze for a second. And then he just shakes his head and continues to look around, and you slink off quickly, having realized that you have not been spotted yet, but you you felt like that might have been a close one. Alright, and so where exactly are you searching?
I'd assume the palace.
Yes, but where exactly?
The palace?
Well, you're very much unfamiliar with this location. You've seen, like, how this is the grand entryway here that leads into the palace. There's a few stairwell that leads up to it from there. You also did see from the side that there were servants that came in and out from the corners. You remember seeing how this here seemed to be some sort of bathhouse, and this up here seemed to be some sort of barracks. And then right, there was, of course, some sort of garden.
I'm going to go into one of the servant entrances that I saw.
Alright, north or south?
South.
Very good. Okay, so we have 10 minutes, so I'll need to keep this in mind.
Yeah, sorry guys.
Well, you okay?
No, it's just my time, the time wise for me.
Oh, no. He was talking about my boots of speed.
Oh.
But that as well.
You're fine. I'm trying to keep in mind that he in game has 10 minutes of his boots of speed, and then that'll start to complicate a few things. The rest of you are doing fine. You're all having some nice dreams, relatively. Meanwhile, Milo's currently on a Mission Impossible right now.
Not the first time, won't be the last time.
All right, and which direction did you say you were heading?
South.
South. All right. So as you make your way down over here, you pass by a couple of individuals in flowy white robes as they're currently heading towards the bathhouse. And they don't see you. As they silently make their way towards the bathhouse, you slip past them, and you get to be about right here. I'll say that takes you about from here to there. Let me do a quick. Yeah, I'd say to get to there, that takes you about 2 minutes to get across the courtyard. And as you get to about right here, you look around the corner and you see, along with some empty space here, you do see a little stairwell here that leads up to a door that seems to go towards that seems to go inside the palace.
Okay, I'll try the door.
Okay. As you make your way up the stairs, we'll say that takes another. I'll say that take you about a minute to get to the door. That means that 3 minutes are up, so 7 minutes are left. Once you get to the door, you're at the door. What are you doing?
I'm just gonna try to open the door.
Very good. And the door doesn't even seem to have a handle. It just seems to kind of push open. But I need you to roll me another stealth check. Was that a 22 or 29 or?
22, since I have disadvantage.
Yep. As you slowly kind of creak it open a bit, you look inside, and in some dim, flickering hallways, you see quite a few number of doors down into into this hallway, and you don't hear anything.
Can I quickly look around for any of those ropes?
Any ropes?
Robes.
Robes. Sure. Go ahead and do an investigation check.
Oh, investigation. It's still the same. 15?
With a 15, as you kind of look around, you are currently in an empty hallway with doors.
Ah.
There doesn't appear to be any clothing or anything hanging up or anything nearby.
In that case, I will try to look in every big room until I find the treasurer.
So you enter the hallway, and are you opening like the first door?
Can I just see through the is there like windows on the doors, or is it just like keyholes that I would be able to see through?
The doors don't appear to be much like the door you just went into. They just kind of seem to push open and close. They do not have any sort of window or anything. They look very crude wooden doors.
Okay, in that case, I'm going to skip these rooms until I start seeing nicer doors.
So you travel down the hallway?
Yeah.
Alright. As you move kind of deeper into the palace, let's see. Let's say you get to be about, like, interiorly-wise about here, and the hallway ends and opens up into a bit of a larger location. There you see there are some tables as well as a few guards currently idly sitting there. Okay, they still don't see you. As you kind of sneak in a little bit, you don't speak Draconic, I presume, right?
No, I do not.
Okay. You hear some hissing and guttural noises coming from the couple guards as they're sitting there. You watch as an individual in white robes approaches and puts down a drink, and one of the guards looks up at them, looks at the other one, and then knocks over the glass onto the floor, and then hisses like, and the servant then quickly drops down, picks it up, uses their own robe to wipe up the fluid, and then proceeds to slink away to go get something else.
I'm gonna follow them.
Go ahead and roll me another stealth.
$29.
Good lord. Yeah, no shot. As you kind of slowly slink behind the individual, they appear to go into another hallway leading eastward, and they proceed to enter an area that feels hotter. And as they go into this larger room, kind of peek inside, and you see that there appears to be a few fires burning, and what appears to be stovetops, as well as several barrels that are sitting around with some spigots on them.
How many people are in the room?
Perception. 12 either way. As you kind of take a look around, it's a little on the darker side with the flickering lights, but as far as you can tell, there's only like the one person you were following, and then like perhaps one other that is currently cooking something. As it appears to be like it is very late, so it seems that it's only like a skeleton crew operating the grounds at this time of night. The servant then proceeds to take another goblet, fill it up with something from one of the barrels, as they begin to turn to head back to where they came from.
I'm going to stop them as they turn and act as a guard of the treasurer. And I'm going to say I need a bottle of wine for the treasurer.
So as you kind of make your appearance known, the servant audibly goes, "Oh!" as they kind of take a step back as you just appear out of nowhere. Roll me a persuasion check.
$11.
Ooh, you just beat him out. That was close.
Don't tell me how close.
The other individual in the room, after hearing this, kind of looks over, and the servant then looks at you and then takes a look back and just waves their hand, and they go back to what they were doing. My apologies, master. I did not see you there. How can I help you?
I'm looking for a bottle of wine to be sent to the treasurer.
Oh, of course, certainly. I will get right on that as soon as I deliver this to the gods. And she gives you a bow.
I'm gonna stop her and say the treasurer is asking for it now. The treasurer, I would assume, is a much higher priority than those two guards outside.
I'm obligated to finish the card, but could you help this guest? She looks over at the other individual, who then kind of looks back and goes, yeah. And he walks over to a door that's nearby, kind of opens it and walks inside. He will get that bottle for you, if you excuse me. And she gives you a bow and hurries back down the hallway towards the guards.
I return the bow before she wanders off.
You what?
I return the bow before she left.
Reach for the... sorry, I'm still not catching what you're saying.
I'm bowing to her as well.
Oh, bowing, gotcha. Oh, sorry. All right, yeah,
All
you
good.
bow. And so, after about a minute, you hear some steps coming through the door as the individual exits that door, and is currently holding up a bottle. Noticing the treasurer likes this one, as he hands it to you.
Thank you.
I don't quite recognize you.
The treasurer prefers me to be like a fly on the wall.
Deception check.
Nine.
And we're at 5 minutes left at this point of your boots. As you say that, he squints his eyes at you, and kind of, before he hands off the bottle, he kind of pulls it a little closer now. Perhaps I should have a guard escort you to him, then, just to be safe. As he takes a few steps over to a rope. Are you doing anything?
Sir, this is of the utmost importance to the treasurer right now. I will ask for that bottle, please.
Deception check. And
Oh, yeah, still 20.
and he shall get his bottle, but I shall hand it off to a guard to deliver it. You should probably go back to your room, sir. As his eyes are very much squinted towards you, and he gives the rope a tug, and you hear off down the hallway a ding.
I'll kind of have this moment of, oh shit, but still retain my composure.
Mm-hmm.
And reluctantly, I will wait for a guard.
Yeah, it only takes a few seconds as kind of stomping through the hallway. One of the two that you saw looks over at the guy who rang the bell and and then he looks at you.
I'm sorry?
He kind of growls a little bit. What are you doing here?
I asked this gentleman here for a bottle of wine for the treasurer. He asked me to retrieve one for him, but he insisted on having a guard escort me there.
He looks back at the chef, question mark, and then looks back at you. Roll me another deception.
15?
You are just eking it out every time.
Stop telling me that. I don't need to know that.
He goes over, the guard goes over and grabs the bottle and looks at you. We shall see then. Nor funny business. The treasurer says one thing, and you will be executed on spot. And he begins to walk down the hallway.
I will follow him.
And as you follow him, you watch as one of the servant girl that you were originally following is going down the hallway that you entered. And you hear, after a few seconds, a door open and close. And then the other guard who was sitting down enjoying a drink, he looks at both of you as you're beginning to walk deeper into the palace. And he kind of gives a grumble and then gets up and falls in behind you.
Very well.
Like, it has become a dangerous turn.
After several minutes of walking, you suddenly feel the magic of the boots give out, and your walk slows down significantly. And you actually get bumped into by the guard behind you. What are
sorry.
you doing? Hurry
My
up!
apologies. Very well.
And you proceed to
And-
walk at half your speed still, as you were exhausted.
Okay.
And both of them are grumbling quite a bit, as you can tell that they are not pleased with what's going on. But
Neither am I, but yet here we are.
as a plus, though, then the rest of the palace doesn't seem to have been alerted yet. And so, after a few more minutes of walking up some stairs and then going through some more passageways, you see several more guards currently patrolling, and they give it an eye over to your entourage and you, but then continue on their patrol. Until eventually you reach some finely crafted doors on what you assume has to be either the main level or one of the upper levels. And there's some gold inlay embedded into the door, some symbols of some iconography that you don't quite recognize. As one of the guards then... and then some silence. After a moment, the two guards look at each other, and then one of them knocks on the door again. Yes. And one of the guards cracks open the door. Apologies for the interruption, Treasurer. But there is one who claims that you requested wine.
As soon as he says that, I'm going to poke my head in. Treasurer. I tried telling these gentlemen here that you requested this, but they insisted on joining me. I do apologize, as I know that you don't like things to take longer than they need to.
Roll me a performance.
Ooh. Oh!
Nice.
With a 14, and let me see what he gets.
Get that character sheet out. I'm just joking.
Fucking Talos!
I'm just joking. Please let him live. I want to live.
It's like, oh look, Namfoodle's come back.
And the next day you find him again, like he's like struck out on the wall. I'm like, God damn it! It's like we get dragged out of bed as well.
Yes, it is fine. Please, enter, Milo. The guards kind of take a look, and you see as their posture seems to relax a little bit as, upon hearing a name, they look at you. They hand you the bottle.
Thank you. Next time, I would request that you not waste the treasurer's time. And I walk in and slam the door in their face.
And And as they go back to their position.
Treasure, I do apologize for introducing myself like this, but there's been a couple of matters that have come to our attention I would like to speak to you about.
As you look at the treasurer, he's currently sitting up on his bed. He's in some fancy robes, and his room is quite nicely decorated. Unlike the bed that you have at your inn, his bed actually seems to be because just in case you forgot, the way the beds in your room are, they're bedposts with what appears to be almost like a rope or something strung across all four poles, and then more rope underneath it that acts as almost like a weird hammock kind of bed thing. It works out quite nicely, but his bed is actually made of actual material, as it seems to be sitting on the floor, and he's got bed curtains and everything. There's a nice ornate desk nearby. You see there's a bedpan. It is a nice room. It is a very nice room. The treasure himself, it's a little bit, it's quite dark in there, honestly. In fact, it is, there's no lights on at all. You don't have dark vision, do you?
No, but I have my Hand of Glory.
That's right. So,
Oh, yeah, you have a glory.
you were able to, with the Hand of Glory, everything seems to be flickering around you as if you have a candlelight on. But to your somewhat surprise, you know it's dark. The treasure has his eyes directly staring into yours. He seems to know exactly where you are. A little inconvenient timing that you've come. I'm afraid that this foreign food is not agreeing with my system. And you can tell that he doesn't sound entirely well.
Can I do a medicine check on him?
Yeah. Uh, 14. With that check, as you kind of take a look at him, he is sweating quite a bit. But from the way he's talking, you can tell that he either has food poisoning or his body isn't receiving the food or receiving something very well. He just seems to have a bit of something like a stomach bug or something. It's nothing serious, but it definitely seems that he's very uncomfortable. I remember seeing you at dinner. It was quite surprising. Your friends had informed me that you had perished.
Well, thankfully for the both of us, I am a man of many talents. As you should know if you hired me.
That was my goal, was to hire you. Gemini spoke quite highly of your skills. I can see why. These grounds are well protected. Oh.
Yeah, that climb was rather difficult.
What can I do for you?
I need your help to set up a appointment to talk to Dallen's brother. Not Dallen's brother, sorry, but the girl with Dallen's brother. We believe that she is in fact a slave, and Dallen has actually been looking for her for quite some time now.
I wouldn't be surprised. All the servants are slaves here. But enough of that. I can see what I can do, but it'll have to be a few days while I recover. And he kind of... His mouth bulges a little bit, and he holds up his hand, and then... I'll do what I can. See what I can do, but I'm in no condition to do that right now. Especially, with how late it is.
I understand. I'll walk over to him and hand him a health potion of mine. Here, take this. It will hopefully make you feel better.
I appreciate it. And he takes it and he starts to sip it a little bit. I sense that the contract is in your possession.
I mean, who else would have it? It's in my name. And I'll give a slight chuckle after that.
So do I take it that you'll be taking over in place of Milo? Or Namfoodle?
Quite honestly, sir, that is your decision, not mine.
Well, I feel that you've more than proven your skill. I do very much need to get to Lancaster in the next few months. And so long as you work well with the others, it would be a pleasure having you guard me as we continue onward after here.
Then, there's your answer.
We could discuss this more later. I must be getting to rest.
Very well.
Tell your companions we will be here for at least another day or two. Have them... you all do what you wish in the city. If there's additional work you wish to pick up, or maybe explore around. Thanatos was telling me... I doubt I'll be able to at this time, but... As he holds out his mouth again. He told me about these farms. He said I should go explore. Or perhaps view the outside of Pyramid. As he kind of has a quizzical look on his face. And that's perhaps there's maybe a show at the arena. Sometime soon. Tell your companions to maybe go explore some of those. And he kind of doubles up a little bit. Leave me.
Very well. And I will do as you ask. Though, one last question. I'll hold a bottle of wine. You mind if I take this?
He kind of takes a look at it, and then looks at you. I won't be partaking, unfortunately.
Nor did I think you would.
Consider it payment for a successful infiltration.
I won't take up any more of your time. And I give a deep bow and walk out the door.
As you walk out the door, there's a guard nearby that's currently standing and watching the door, and as you exit, he sees you, and he kind of stiffens up a little bit.
I'm gonna turn towards him. Is there something I can help you with?
He looks at you for a second. I have checked with several of the other guards. They say that you are not a guest of the palace.
No, but I am a guest of the treasurer. And I'm just doing my job. So if you wish to escort me out of the palace, very well, I will have no objections. But I best be leaving.
I would agree. And he basically indicates for you to follow him as he begins to lead you out of the palace.
I will.
And after going through a couple hallways and separate rooms, and him having to walk slower than he normally would, as he kind of keeps stopping to look back at you.
Tired.
Long day. I'm sorry.
Would it help if I carried you? He says, and like he's wearing a helmet, but you can almost feel the grin coming out of his mouth.
Ah, I didn't realize you were a servant. I thought you were a guard, but if you so wish to carry me...
He kind of growls a little bit, and then... with one hand, he picks you up from your collar, and proceeds to walk.
You know, I was expecting a piggyback ride, but I guess this will do.
After a couple minutes, he opens up the grand doors to the palace, and then proceeds to walk down the steps until they get to the gatehouse, where the couple of guards see you approach, and you hear, and then you hear from the one carrying you, Istar Hursta. And you hear as the portcullis is raised about halfway as the drawbridge is slowly dropped downward, and you hear above you, "I've done it!" And then the other drawbridge, and the guard proceeds to walk over the drawbridge to about right here, and then puts you down, and then looks at you.
Ah, thank you. Can't say it was quite lovely, but it got me out faster. And I'll,
Cars no trouble. As he turns and walks back towards the gatehouse, and the other two guards that are, like, they have their weapons drawn as they're staring at you, and the portcullis then slowly comes down, and the drawbridge is slowly beginning to go back up.
Before he turned around, can I toss a silver piece at him? As a tip?
As you kind of toss the silver piece, it kind of clinks off his armor and hits the ground, and he looks and growls at you. Do not insult me. And then he turns around and walks away.
You're gonna piss off the entire guard.
Very well, I will grab my silver piece and my rope, and then head back to the inn.
Alright. And then, once you get back to the inn, everything is quite dark. It's about 3 a.m. at this point. It is very late.
Yes.
And you have 2 levels of exhaustion right now. Do you go to bed and take a long
Yes.
rest?
Yes.
Alright.
Please.
So, as you kind of collapse on the bed, you wipe a bit of sweat off your brow as you feel like you may have been close to death this evening.
Yeah, not the first time, won't be the last.
And you will benefit from a long rest, but the rest of the party will be up a couple hours before you, and you will still have 1 point of exhaustion.
Very well.
So, as the morning comes around, Talos, Dane, and Dallen, you will all wake up. You've benefited from a long rest. You have all your hit points back if you lost any, all your abilities, skills, you know, everything is refreshed.
Huge.
As you
I want Dallen to be standing at Dane's door, waiting for him to open the door.
Dane, as you I assume you kind of get your gear together, you put on your robe, and you proceed to then open up the door. You are greeted by the shadow of a figure just bearing down upon you.
Why the Titans?
It's like, just open up the door, just see Dallen just like wide-eyed staring directly in my face. I'm like, five, the God's beard. Dallen!
I heard you have my gun.
Where's my gun?
Can I release the handle of my axe and go for his gun and just like hand it to him? Like,
Freaking alright. Who touched my gun?
I gave it a bit of a clean. Well, tried to polish it a little bit while you were out of it.
Thank you. As his hand, as his whole entire body's motionless, so his arms reaches out and grabs it and brings it back in. Just walks off.
Dragon, is that you?
You're welcome then.
Yes, down. He's very protective of that gun.
It belonged to Mama.
You open up your door, Talos, to see Dallen kind of straight back to walking away. And look where you came from, and you see Dane there just kind of blinking a little bit as he stares.
Everything all right, Dane?
Oh, Dallen just wanted his gun back.
Understandable.
But he might not be entered.
We should probably get friends all together and get some food and see if we can get audience with the treasurer.
Yes, we probably should. Should probably tell him that Milo is alive and well, and that we'll be joining the party instead of Namfoodle.
Yes, see if we can get us a private talk with that girl.
Yes, and I've got to hand Milo these notes anyway, as I kind of just shuffle around some papers that were given to me.
Where's his room anyway?
Should be just a couple doors down.
As you see,
Alright.
it's still closed, and you don't hear anything over there.
I go over and knock on the door.
Constitution saving throw, Milo.
Oh god.
You awake yet?
God damn it!
There he is.
As you're currently trying to get some wings here, and what sounds to be like cannons going off, boom, 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 and your eyes just blink, and you're like, ah!
Our mateys, man the cannons! Beam for their ship!
I think he's awake.
Yes, but I didn't know Rail was with us today. I thought Milo was here. Mr. Woodfoot.
Be having a dream.
Yes, possibly.
The door slowly cracks open a little bit, and peering through the darkness, you see bloodshot eyes staring back at you.
What do you
Didn't
two
realize you
want?
Oh, sorry, I didn't realize you had been having a bit of a nightcap or something. We were going to go to get some breakfast and then see if we can get an audience with the treasurer.
Treasure's done. He'll set up a meeting with the girl. We're gonna be here for a couple more days. Breakfast can wait. Go back to bed.
I'm kind of staring at him with like a bit of confusion and as well as awe and like, huh? Okay.
Well, I guess that's sorted for now.
Well then, rest well, my friend.
Close my door.
I close it very quiet, as gently as I possibly can.
So, I just gonna turn over to Talos. Breakfast?
Breakfast.
So walk out of his room fully geared up with this new, with both his gun, all of his guns on him.
You going to war, my friend?
Going somewhere, at least. It's like a great crusade.
We don't say the C word.
What's a crusade? Never heard that word before.
I've been raised on not to say the C word. Apparently it's bad things have happened.
Ah, okay.
Ex-nay on the crusade, eh?
As you're talking in the hallway, can I...
I would call that peacekeeping now.
As they're standing in the hallway talking, can I get out of bed, open the door? I'm gonna say another C word if you don't shut the fuck up and let me go to bed.
Down the hall toward.
Alright, let's go downstairs before Mr. Grumpy Pants over here decides he wants to flail us all alive.
Not the C word I was talking about, but that works.
No.
So the three of you go down and get you sell some breakfast.
Yeah.
Very well. As Milo goes back to bed to recover and get himself rested up for the last couple hours of his long rest. You three head down to the bar where you see the female lizard folk handing out food and serving a couple customers in the morning. As she looks over at your general direction, she kind of hisses a little bit. Good morning.
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 What would you serve for breakfast time?
Let me see. Let me check a few of my notes now, just to make see what they would be having on this day.
Crap. Just a heads up, I may have to leave a little bit earlier. My family's starting to message me saying, hey, we may need you to give us a ride. And I'm like, crap.
Oh, I gotcha. So probably like another couple minutes then.
Yeah, like I'm waiting for them to respond.
Gotcha. Keep me posted.
Yeah, it would be a decent spot to leave off as well. Getting everything ready for the next day.
It's like Milo is getting to do his Mission Impossible.
Indeed. As
Watch the next. Yeah.
Cat.
the innkeeper hands off some what appears to be some sort of tannish mush on some wooden platters with some pita bread next to it. As she hands it off to you. Hummus. And then slinks back behind the counter.
I lift the bowl up and kind of sniff it for like a sniff on it.
It's a bit of an earthy smell to it, and it seems to be kind of oily and it's a little odd a smell, but that seems edible.
I take some of the bread and kind of dip it into it just to see the consistency.
As you kind of dip it in, a little bit comes back up with it, as it seems to be almost a thick paste.
Look at Dane, like, and kind of give him a cockeyed look, like, what do you think?
Hummus. And then you watch as she proceeds to take the pita bread, dip it into another thing, and then eat it.
I'll go ahead and take a bite. Go.
Yeah. It has an interesting flavor, one that you're not used to. Like, I'm sure you've had it before, right?
Yeah, I've had hummus before.
So, I won't go through, especially not knowing how much time we have left, describing that. But yeah, you have a bite and it's not bad. It's different, but it's not bad. As you get the full taste of hummus, and as the three of you take about eating it and getting your fill.
Well, as since he's gotten that situation handled with future meeting, what say the rest of you think you should do today? Like, check out some of the area.
That'd probably be a good idea. Check out the city while we're here. See if there's anything that we can help around with.
Yeah, we get a little. Maybe if we're lucky, we actually get someone who will actually tell us about what the heck happened here.
It's a sore subject.
Yes, it's like it'd be nice to figure that out, but we'll see.
Might be able to poke my cousin about it. He might have heard a bit more.
Yes. The church. I tried at the church, but they're apparently too new to quit, so they don't really quite know.
Dallen's gonna say, I'm gonna go over to the infirmary, the hospital.
What for?
Well, I did just turn into Thragon yesterday.
I'm not sure if that's something medical. Maybe magical, if they have mages' quarters or mage guild here or something.
Yeah. I'm gonna go check on all of those. See if anyone can figure out what's going on with me.
Maybe even if you should check out the church as well.
Yeah. So. Okay.
Yeah,
That's
I'm gonna have
my
to leave in a
brother
few
wants to
minutes.
talk to me.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, they just
Okay,
finally
good.
messaged me back.
Sounds good. We'll go ahead and wrap it up here then. So, as the three of you make your plans, with Dallen wanting to go and maybe see some professionals about what's going on with them. Talos, what did you say you were going to be doing?
I was just giving information out, like I just kind of standard exploring, but like kind of giving my suggestions.
Gotcha. But what would Talos be doing?
I think he'd probably be going down to the smithies anyway, just to see if there's anything he would probably do with his hammer.
Up to the Great Forge.
Yeah.
Very good. And then Dane?
I'd be wandering over as well. Chat with Rorik again. See if there's anything that I could possibly help out with.
Sounds good. Very good. So, as the party heads out, as Dallen begins to go try to see if he can find someone that could help him out with what's been going on, Talos and Dane head up to the Great Forge to have a look-see and perhaps get some more information up there. And Milo sleeps away his, let's say, bad hangover.
Terrible nightmare.
That is where we're going to leave the session for today. And with a new day, and to account for the last couple sessions, as well as this session as well, you all are going to be awarded. Let's make notes real quick. I had this written down. You all, with everything, with role play, everything else, up to for the last couple sessions to today, you all are being awarded 6,000 experience points for all of it, because it's been building up for a couple sessions now.
Wow.
Jesus, that's a lot of XP.
Yeah,
Damn.
it would have been split up into like 1,000 for one, like maybe 2,000 for another. You know, I had to split up over the last couple sessions, but it just never kept coming up because the sessions kept adding in proper 2 times. But 6,000 EXP is what you got for a cumulative up to now.
Very good.
Almost to the halfway point.
All right, so now I'll do my wrap up real quick. Now, With this new knowledge and knowing what has happened, what will happen to our adventure?
Guys, yeah, again, sorry for having to leave a little early, but
Find out
There you
next
go.
time on The
That's all right.
Adventures in
Shit
Dundras.
happens.
yeah, it was supposed to be a little later, but